Morning, everyone. Or, well, afternoon. Change the screen real quick. Hey, alright, welcome back to Hogwarts Legacy. So, yeah, today we'll be doing pretty much mainly quests. I've been doing a lot of, like, the side content, off stream. So, like, the Merlin trials I have left, and, the, like, loot dungeons or whatever they're called in this game. It's basically just a room with, like, a chest in it, more or less. Things like that. So, trying to have it so kind of just focus on, like, quests, maybe some side collecting stuff on stream. So, yeah, let's get right back into it. I think when I left off yesterday, we did all the side quests, we just have like a main story quest to do. So, let's see. Where is the quest at? Up here. Okay. So we'll be going to do that, and I'll just, to show you guys all the side stuff I did. So if you look down towards the south, there's still, like, a lot going on down here. Like, all these little dots, like, abandoned camps and, like, notes to get, treasure vaults. But to the north, I pretty much cleared it out. Some of these are, like, wares for creatures, which I assume can't be completed. I think they're, like, spawn points, kind of like how you have, like, the beast dens for catching animals for your vivariums. So I assume these are here for, like, the challenges or whatever. The combat ones where they're like, kill X amount of enemy. Like, right now I'm at, like, yeah, defeat 100 spiders, so you need to go to, like, the spider layers and be able to fight a bunch to finish those, I assume. But, yeah. Cleared out, like, the treasure dens, and, like, this bandit camps, getting the, treasure chest from those basically puts a check mark there. And, yeah, I left this one because it's close to where the quest we're doing today is. So, let's fast travel to here, because it's the closest one, and head on over. Help Poppy with, whatever she wants help with.
How nice to see you, my young friend. Revelio.
Yeah, it's like, last night after stream, I completed enough Merlin trials to, like, fully finish all the challenges involving them, but there's still, like, more trials to do. And,
I'll check him.
I'll probably end up doing, like, them all, because there's, like, no achievement to it. I'll not be doing them all on stream.
One less poacher in the wizarding world. This looks intriguing.
Is Highwing all right? Natty told me what the two of you did.
Highwing's fine. I'm keeping an eye on her. She's safe, Poppy, I promise.
Good. Whatever the poachers are up to, I want Highwing far from it.
You said you had news about the poachers, and that some of it had to do with me.
It did. I overheard them talking in the Hogshead, and did you know that they have orders from Victor Rookwood to capture you on sight? Does this have anything to do with Rookwood and Harlow coming for you in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack?
It does, somewhat. But at the moment, I'm more concerned about what else you heard the poachers are up to.
Fair enough. But I hope you'll let me know if I can be of help, especially after what you did for Highwing. Does the name Horntail Hall mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not. Why? What is it?
The poachers' best kept secret, apparently. The name came up twice, but they never went into detail. I also overheard one of them bragging about all the gold they're making, at the expense of innocent creatures, undoubtedly. The poachers spoke of this area, and I thought if we searched around a bit, it might give us clues as to what they're doing. If you ever meet my gran, this trip never happened.
Right.
Not to worry, Poppy. If I ever meet your gran, I shall not speak a word of this.
I normally tell her everything. She might be my best friend after Highwing, but she knows how I feel about the poachers. I think she worries I'll do something ill-advised.
I mean...
Whatever gave her that idea?
Yeah, we kind of are already, but...
This way. A centaur. Tread carefully.
An entire castle to roam, yet you choose to wander here.
Please, we don't want any trouble. We're simply passing through.
Do you take us for fools? That we do not notice more and more of your kind around here, in league with the poachers?
We aren't involved with them. If anything, we want to see them stopped.
I hope for your sake that is true. Our kind is swiftly losing patience with the poachers and those they work with.
You're right.
He was certainly a charmer.
That could have gone worse. Centaurs aren't exactly fans of wizard kind, and the poachers aren't helping matters.
But why would he think that we had anything to do with poachers?
I did notice the poachers talking with a few villagers in Hogsmeade. I'm not sure why. Perhaps that's why the centaurs are suspicious.
Oh, Jesus. They're like fucking alligators.
That's
Goddamn.
the third time I've seen a dugbog behave that violently.
It seems that a lot of beasts have been more aggressive than usual lately.
I've noticed that too. It's almost like there's something in the water. This is odd.
What is it?
Not entirely sure, but look around. If the poachers were here, perhaps we can find out why.
Right.
Why wouldn't they take their cages with them when they left? Pelts. Poor beasts. Still smoking. They can't have been gone long.
Not this up here.
This is goblin metal. Seems out of place in a poacher camp. I should tell Poppy about it.
Anything interesting?
Poachers were here, all sorts of evidence. But I found something else. It's goblin made.
I found goblin armor. Let's keep searching, but carefully. Merlin only knows what's going on here.
Right.
I don't have a good feeling about this. How do goblin and poacher interests align?
Look, down there.
Definitely poachers. No creatures, though. So what are they doing out here?
Let's take a closer look.
They won't be happy to see us. Should we use disillusionment? Or perhaps a less discreet approach?
Hard to say from up here. Let's get a better lay of the land.
I'm gonna sneak.
I never get lost, me. Always got me wits about me.
Nothing to poach in Arrow except spiders. Not worth the trouble if you ask me. Legs are far too brittle.
Nice of like these three to stand like so close to the cliff edge.
Merlin, you'd think they were guarding the Minister for Magic himself. What is going on here?
Only one way to find out.
I'm taking all of this. Thank you.
What in Merlin's name?
Are those dragons?
It's a dragon fighting ring. This is Horntail Hall.
Hey,
The name makes sense now. And the secrecy.
No wonder the poachers were in Hogsmeade so much. Likely taking bets and spreading the word, given how crowded it is here. How could they possibly enjoy this? The centaurs have every right to be disgusted with wizard kind. There must be more dragons here. The poachers are far too greedy to run a fighting ring with only 2 dragons. We should take advantage of most eyes being in the fight and look around. But be discreet. You especially can't afford to be spotted.
Right, yeah.
That's a brilliant idea.
Isn't like dealing with dragons like super dangerous?
You better be a beast. Don't know what Victor was thinking, striking a bargain with.
Mr. Tallis.
Jeez.
Have you heard from your family? Has either of your brothers come round to our way of thinking? Will they join us?
Ah, they say we go too far. The violence isn't going to get us what we want. I say, if every last wizard is run through with a blade, then violence is going to get me precisely what I want.
Sickens me to work alongside any of them. Don't know how Ramrock's stomach's being near Rookwood. Foul.
Mr. Tallis.
I like how standing so close, they still just don't notice. Well, my friend stopped talking. So that's fun. This guy.
Come out before I find you. You made a mistake.
Revelio.
Did you hear those goblins? Ramrock and the poachers must be working together.
Poppy, something's going on behind you.
What's going on down there? They must have only just captured her. She's putting up quite the fight.
Not a fair one, though. Not with her chained up like that.
Let's even her odds, shall we? Look, they've got a dragon egg. Hebridean from the looks of it. We can't leave it here, not with the plans they likely have for it.
Alright, yeah.
Hello, Mora. All right, I have the egg.
Ready. The element of surprise will only buy us a few seconds.
Let's make them count.
Just like,
Revelio.
what? Put that in my pocket? Like,
That's it.
I think it's time to just throw out a bunch of
Careful!
cabbages.
Ramrock will want his dragon intact. Don't think you'll get it.
Would you like me to put you down?
Back in the ground.
I won't rest.
You're the one we're looking for, and you brought a friend.
You're not going to hurry up. One less human to worry about.
Like to toy with dragons, do you?
Never like
Power plants.
nice weed. Back to the dirt, thank you. Up here.
Cover up wide, coming back this way. Let's get this over with.
Ha ha! Teach someone a lesson! Back for more, I see. Let's
We don't have time. We need to free her now before more show up.
This may have been a bad idea.
I suppose we'll find out.
Oh, Rip. Jesus.
Incendio!
Look how Poppy looks all excited and it's like, Poppy, you might die.
This way.
That was a Hebridean black.
I'm guessing the egg we have belongs to that dragon.
Look.
I don't think she knew they had her egg. She wouldn't have left without it.
What now? She didn't exactly leave us a calling card.
I don't know. Nothing about this day was expected. Not the goblins, and definitely not the fighting ring. The last thing I planned on was a dragon egg. And the poachers saw us, which cannot be good.
Yeah, we should probably leave.
We aren't helping ourselves standing here. Let's get to safety. We can sort this out later.
You're right. If there's anything the poachers are good at, it's tracking their prey. And right now, we're it. Be careful, won't you? I shall see you back at the castle.
Alright then. Do I have any quests right now? I don't. So I guess I'm just waiting for my stuff to update.
It's time you learned the transformation spell. After you've completed the required tasks, which I'm certain will prove useful in finishing your field guide, attend my class to learn the new spell. Afterwards, we will discuss your progress thus far in the term.
Oh. My progress thus far. I mean, I've attended all my classes, so, you know, I should be doing good, right? Is that like the only quest I have now? Collect field guide page in the underground harbor. Collect field guide page from the book on the intermediate transfiguration in the library. Right. Any get any new gear that's any good? Apparently not. Not gloves anyway. Nope. You better scarf. Okay. I guess that's it then. So, back to Hogwarts we go. I'm gonna go back to my room real quick though to gather any plants, you know, check on all the beasts. Maybe also, like, upgrade my gear. At least any of the, like, legendary stuff I have equipped, the orange stuff. You guys seem to be doing good. Gonna switch this in. Did I get any new, thingies? No. I need to find whatever, I don't know, you can do more exploring. I want to get the chest that, has the razors, the lights in it. Getting pretty close to having all of these, though. Can I get it from everyone? I did. Okay. Oh, 5 more minutes for Hippogriff, huh? It's so tiny! Tiny baby! Little burb! Okay. Enough
My
admiring
mother
all
would
the
like to
animals.
speak with me. I believe she has learned about some of what we've been up to. I'm hoping she may be easier on me if you are there.
Can we meet at the Three Broomsticks? It may finally be safe since we rescued the dragon from Horntail Hall.
Okay. And she got you guys. Rescued. I mean, we just gotta let it go. And almost died in the process, you know, it's fine. The little nifflers. So tiny. So probably rampaging around somewhere, yeah. I mean, hey, as long as it's only, like, terrorizing the poachers, we'll be fine, right? Good, and everyone. Oh. About to have a little unicorn foal. Yeah. Yeah, you think, you know, the Ministry of Magic would do something, or like that officer in Hogsmeade, but with all the evidence we've given her, but no. Little baby. wonder if enough time has passed for me wandering around for hippogriff. There was. Look at them. They got tiny little wings and like a little mohawk going on. Possible to capture a dragon, probably kill everything in the bag, yeah. Alright, we should be good. I'm gonna go explore the school though. Look for field guide pages, apparently.
Revelio.
And look out for any locked doors. Yeah, here we go.
Alohomora.
There's still some like collectible chests in Hogwarts that I haven't gotten, I believe. Right? Yeah, I'm at 25 out of 35, so there's like 10 more to find.
Revelio.
Dear Professor Shaw, thank you for your recent submission regarding celestial anomalies. It may be a perfect addition to an atlas I am hoping to publish. Shall be in touch if I decide to include your submission or any of its related research in the publication. Best wishes, MPN Cornelius. The troll hat was great, yeah, it was.
Alohomora.
Look how they warn you in the description that it's gonna be ugly. I'm expecting it to be ugly because of like the material it was made out of or something, not like because it had like a fucking like troll pin on it.
Revelio.
There's like... Oh, stuff in the bathroom? Oh, okay. That's why. Can't find any of this. What? Who's brewing potions in the bathroom? What are you guys doing?
You can't imagine.
Revelio.
Travel was before I invented blue power.
Revelio.
There's that thingy over here somewhere. What's this about?
Confringo. Accio. Alohomora. Revelio.
Over this way? Down below me, maybe? Can I jump over the railing? No? Game why? Let me be reckless.
Revelio.
It's over here somewhere. I wonder if it's...
That lad was behind me, I promise. If I could undo all that happened that day, I would!
Yeah, what's the point of fall damage if they don't let you jump off stuff? Well, it's like, you still take fall damage, it's just like, almost non-existent. Like, your health bar barely goes down, I've noticed. But yeah, let me jump off things. What the fuck is this page? It's like...
Off on another adventure, are Revelio.
Over in this area. Like right here's the loudest. Is it downstairs? Oh. It's like where it's loudest and also like your controller rumbles. Oh yeah, it's down here. Serpentine Beast window. Those Slytherins like to think the window is somehow a tribute to their house founder. It is actually a serpentine beast coiled around a tree that extends from the mouth of the legendary Green Man. When I say Green Man, did I mean like the Green Knight from like the King Arthur like lores and stuff like that? Or is Green Man something different?
Revelio.
Flips the crap out of this. Cool, yeah.
Revelio.
So, yeah, Miriam did bridge puzzle, I believe. Yeah.
So this is the underground harbor.
The
Revelio.
page is over here. There we go. Located deep beneath the viaduct courtyard is the landing for boats delivering first-year students across the Black Lake to Hogwarts. Ah, my gear slots are full already? I'm gonna travel to Hogsmeade real quick then. No point traveling around the school if I can't pick up any more loot.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Come on in. Healing potions are a speciality here, should you need any.
There we go.
I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Revelio. That book Professor Weasley asked me to find should be around here somewhere.
Looking for the book Intermediate Transfiguration?
Yes.
Professor Weasley asked me to, get something from that book. May I have it?
Did she now? I'll give you this book if you humour me by answering a few questions from my quiz.
Quiz?
Why?
Some people call bits of knowledge trivia. I would argue that no knowledge is trivial. Hence, I have created a small quiz, just for fun, focusing mainly on the lore of the wizarding world. None of the other students will try it, no matter how many times I ask. They all say they have enough with schoolwork. Ugh, they don't value knowledge the way I do. Surely you're interested. I'll even start you off with a few of my easiest questions.
If I must.
If that's the only way I can convince you to give me that book, then let's get it over with.
Splendid! Just a few questions, and then I'll hand over this book. Let us begin. Before the invention of the golden snitch, which magical creature was used in a game of Quidditch?
Snidgets.
The Golden Snidget.
Correct! The Snidget was first introduced to Quidditch in 1269 by a wizard named Barbarous Bragg. Sadly, they're thought to be extinct.
Yeah, basically using like live
Which
creatures in
potion is commonly
Quidditch.
referred
Like that
to as
wasn't a bad
liquid
idea.
Felix Felicis.
Well done! Since it makes the drinker temporarily lucky, Felix Felicis is a banned substance in all organised competitions.
Oh, it's
The tale of the three brothers involves which magical artifacts?
The Deathly Hallows.
Correct. According to Beadle the Bard, the Deathly Hallows consists of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. Which ball in Quidditch is the largest?
Well, Cinch is the smallest.
The Quaffle.
That's right. When a chaser throws the quaffle through one of 3 hoops in a Quidditch match, their team is awarded 10 points. True or false? Polyjuice potion allows the drinker to change species.
False. He used to like look like other people, right?
False.
Correct. While Polyjuice Potion can be used to change things such as age or race, it cannot be used to change species. Well, I suppose this has gone on long enough. I'll put the book back on the pedestal now. If you're inclined to test your knowledge again, I have plenty more questions I could ask you. And I won't be giving you any more easy questions either. The next ones will be more difficult.
So... Right. Not right now.
I don't have time for a quiz at the moment.
Let me know if you change your mind. I put the book back on the pedestal for you.
Revelio ought to make quick work of this.
I believe you get item. I'm trying to. Oh,
Revelio.
clicking the wrong button. It's clicking down. I believe you get like items if you do her quizzes.
Professor Weasley's tasks are complete. I should attend Transfiguration.
But it's like gear, and it's like I don't care about that. We get enough of that, like exploring the world. I'm not doing more quizzes. I don't know the wizarding world of Harry Potter well enough to like do anything but the very basic questions. Yeah, a key item maybe, but... Or like something other than like gear that you find all the time when exploring. Like collectibles, sure. Not for gear.
What are you up to now?
I heard Professor Weasley transfigured the book with all her test answers into an owl to stop students from cheating.
I mean, it's smart.
Settle down, settle down. Transfiguration, as you may be weary of hearing me say, is an exact science that can take a lifetime to master. But we needn't be daunted. Almost anything can be transformed if you can just perceive the potential within it. As I see in all of you, tremendous witches and wizards, every one of you. Or it could just be my eyesight. Now, you all know what to do. Beautifully done.
Plan new spells. Let's put in this one.
You wanted to discuss my progress so far this term, Professor.
I did. You seem to have had no trouble in getting up to speed. And frankly, excelling in your schoolwork this year.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. The extra assignments have been helpful.
As I suspected they would be. Now, it seems you've been making excellent use of the opportunities presented by your field guide. Of course, the guide isn't the only measure of success. Deke tells me you captured a unicorn and brought it back to the Room of Requirement. Protecting so rare a beast is an accomplishment of which you can be quite proud.
Thank you, Professor.
I will say I'm especially impressed with all you've accomplished in light of the rumors of your Extracurricular activities?
Oh,
Was
what are
your
you talking
visit
about?
to an ex-aura in Upper Hogsfield connected in any way to Professor Fig? I can't begin to imagine what that was about.
Professor Fig has encouraged me to explore when I can, in an effort to complete my field guide.
I see. I admire your penchant for learning, but do remember that your classwork and field guide are designed to educate you thoroughly. It'll be the end of the year in no time, and you'll want to be well prepared for your OWLs. I'll provide a final assessment at that time to ensure that you're ready for your exams. Until then, well done. You are dismissed.
Yay, I'm not failing. Woo. I don't believe she actually commented
Since our
on
visit
the...
to Feldcroft, something dawned on me about the triptych. Meet me at the Overlook, just north of the Forbidden Forest, and I'll explain.
She commented
My
on
plan
the...
with the helmet
Oh my
failed,
god.
but I have another
Yeah,
idea.
too
I
many
think we may be able
NPC
to find what we
notes.
need at a goblin mine south of Hogwarts. Meet me there, and bring someone who speaks gobbledygook.
Can't believe she commented on the unicorn. Partial transfiguration. This partially transfigured teacup, likely the soon-to-be reversed era of our second year, serves as a cautionary tale for those students who do not take seriously the complexities and dangers of transfiguration. Oh, there's something in the hallway. And this room. Lock chest or something. It's like upstairs. Oh, puzzle room 2. Yeah, sure. These give me a collectible chest, so might as well do it.
Revelio.
So there's a gear chest up there. Is that the only one in this room? Or is there one over here as well? No. So I want to get up there first, which means I need a block that is, well, basically that one. That high.
Also,
that to connect with these two, I believe. Oh man, I hope we don't have to do like an actual exam about the game, because they asked me like any like history related questions for like the lore of this game and I'm gonna fail.
Revelio.
Last room change. Jesus. Okay, so now I have to get it up there. And that's tall enough to do that. Oh, they auto resettle the blocks for me. What do I go about? So both that one and this T-shaped one kind of like go all the way to the end. The door's right there, so I need probably this one to like stop somewhere around
Anne is
here.
getting worse. If there is any chance that the relic from Slytherin's spellbook can help her, I must find it. I'm requesting your help. Meet me outside of Feldcroft, near the Catacomb.
Sebastian, I am busy solving puzzles. You'll have to wait. Okay, pull that forward so I can move these. Basically, I just need to make like a really long ass block that can go over this gap. And then something that also lets me climb this tower. Yeah, he kind of did nearly kill me. So if I pull that one, it connects to these two. Right there. So it'll be like some weird L-shaped thing. I guess if it ends up right here, 1, 2, 3 across, we'll stop the thingy. And then if that one's on top, that's 2 up. And 2. Should be able to climb then. See and connect these and then move it. I need it to go like right here. Yeah, and then there we go. No! Ooh, ooh. Thought I died or something.
Revelio.
No more chests anywhere? Is it really just the one and then that's it? I guess so. chest right there, and then one over there. And then getting to the far side. God, it's not like broken. That's it. Fuck. Or does this one just not move? I guess that one just doesn't move. Okay. But if that one doesn't move, then there's literally no way to get that chest. Because none of the other blocks are tall enough. To, reach that ledge. Oh, it can't move because it's 3, not just the 2. I see. Okay. How the fuck are you getting over there then? Nope, don't pull. Doesn't go. Ah, fuck. Squished myself. Whoops. Rip. This is not how you play Tetris, man. Okay, let's see. Then I wonder if we can jump to that one. Oh my god, we can. Oh, that's one chest down. Now I just gotta get this over there. Nope, that is definitely not what I wanted. Fuck. Definitely want these like moved forward, so I can move you. One second.
Accio!
There we go. Oh, jeez. Gotta be careful where I jump. Then, cube wasn't there to fall into my death.
Revelio.
Now, the question is, can I get across to the other side without resetting all the cubes? Without having to reset another. I do have to reset, because I don't think I can jump from this to that. We can try it. Oh my god, I can. Hold on. There we go. Nice. First try. Totally didn't smush myself like once. Wonder if that's all the little puzzle rooms. Action chest 1 of 1. Hall of Heriodona was like the first puzzle we technically did, cause for the quest. Yeah. What are my quests? Well, I guess let's go talk to Sebastian, see what he wants for his little side mission stuff. Cheers. That's natty. Where's the world map? Oh my god, it is. Well, okay. If, like, Sebastian's way out there, I'll talk to Natty first. Jesus. He wants me really edgy and argue with Omnis some more, right? Yeah. I know my best friend isn't gonna like this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. God.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I...
So frustrating.
What's going on?
You wanted to speak with me, Mother?
I had hoped to speak with you alone, Natsai.
Your message mentioned your concern about an unusual creature that was spotted in the woods near Hogsmeade. That could have been anything.
You know what it was, Natsai.
I am allowed to leave the castle. I am always careful, Mother.
Careful? Officer Singer disagrees. She sent me an owl telling me that you have been trying to collect evidence of some kind against dark wizards.
Uh-oh.
She berated me for not keeping a closer eye on you. And she is right. I do not want you visiting Hogsmeade for the near future.
But Mother!
My little gazelle, you are well-intentioned, but you must not meddle in the affairs of dangerous people.
If someone had meddled in Matabeleland, Father would still be with us.
I must get to class. Perhaps your friend can get you to listen to reason.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm like a terrible influence.
So frustrating. She never listens to me.
She called you her little gazelle. Is that a term of endearment where you're from?
It is specific to me. I am the unusual creature in Hogsmeade she mentioned. Self-transfiguration is not taught at Hogwarts, so I am gently discouraged from practicing it. However, I am an animagus, and it is in my gazelle form that I have been able to wander the Highlands rather freely until now, much to my mother's chagrin.
Oh.
That is how I managed to spy on Rookwood and Harlow.
You don't stand out as, like, very obvious. Like, the one gazelle in this entire place.
Can you choose what form your animagus will take?
Oh no, a person's animagus form is determined by their personality. My mother is convinced that my form is a gazelle because I adapt well to any situation. I believe it is because I can sense danger and keep my wits about me.
Well, yeah, we're, like, actively fighting against poachers in, like, Harlow and stuff, and she's running around as a fucking gazelle, like, standing way out.
Were you born an animagus, or did you learn to become one?
Animagi are not born. The process is quite elaborate. It involves holding a mandrake leaf in one's mouth for an entire month, then placing the leaf in a crystal phial so that it is imbued with moonlight, then adding one of your own hairs. And that is just the beginning. Self-transfiguration is common among students at Wagadu, but Professor Weasley considers it much too dangerous to teach at Hogwarts.
Oh, well, that's a bummer. I want to be an animal.
Now the nickname makes sense. What an extraordinary ability to have.
It is. I love transforming, but Mother is less enthusiastic about it. She says that no creature, especially one as rare as a gazelle, should be bounding about where poaching has become so prevalent.
I mean, she's not wrong.
She claims that she has foreseen tragedy befall me in my gazelle form. But she has used her sight to control me too many times. I no longer believe it.
I mean, I feel like she has a right to be concerned, all things considered. That dude did cast fucking Avada Kedavra at us the last time we went on a excursion to get information about Harlow and the poachers, so we could have died.
She's concerned for your safety. It may be best for you to stay away from Hogsmeade for now.
That may be safe, but I do not believe that it would be best. Do you? You could have fled the moment you discovered that Rookwood, Harlow, and Ranrock were after you, but you did not. I choose to act as you have. I must deal with Rookwood and Harlow, not hide from them. My mother cannot know where I am all the time. Thank you for being here during that rather awkward conversation.
Like the other student just standing here while we're talking, drinking fucking tea.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Revelio.
Yeah. Seems like the worst idea. Running around as a gazelle. Just spying on the poachers, like... Okay, well... That was an event. Okay, let's go all the way down here and talk to Sebastian.
Mysterious and a bit unsettling. What to do?
Yeah, not as stupid as that lady, yeah, who, had all the spiders in the basement, but still.
You're here. Good.
What kind of sketchy nonsense are we doing today, Sebastian?
Sebastian, that relic you mentioned.
I believe one of Slytherin's students stumbled upon the relic during an assignment to study sarcophagi in this catacomb. From what I read in a report by the student, they weren't permitted to take it with them, so I must assume it's still here. As I mentioned earlier, this relic grants its holder the power to reverse dark magic curses. If it's in this catacomb, I have to find it. For Anne. I need to see her.
Okay.
I'm ready to explore the catacomb. Perhaps we can visit Anne when we've finished.
Perfect. By the way, Ominous has been asking about you. You didn't tell him what we were doing, did you?
I didn't, I promise.
Good. Ominous would be livid if he knew what we were about to do.
Wait, is that an option? Could I have, like...
I'll be interested to compare what
they
lies
let you,
inside
like,
to what I've read about this catacomb.
Stuff like that, though. Just randomly run into Omnis while exploring Hogwarts. Hey, so by the way, Sebastian asked me to do this thing. He likely already knows, yeah, true. With how often he, like, shows up immediately after we're done,
I'm
like,
sure that
talking
foul
about
smell
him,
is the scent
you know?
of success. Try not to lose your nerve just yet.
Spiders!
At least now we know we're not alone in here.
Perhaps that was it. And the rest of the tomb will be insect-free.
Spiders aren't insects.
Don't start.
Revelio. Incendio. Confringo.
Oh. Reset all these.
It's really smaller than it looks. Finding a chest in an inconspicuous loft. Brilliant.
Weasel statue. Nice.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
Revelio. Accio.
Okay, which way does it, like, want me to go? Which way is a side path?
Watch your step. I nearly slipped there.
Revelio.
Sebastian! You don't have to worry about me. I explore far more than you probably do.
Incendio. Levioso. Descendo. Defendo. Springo.
All this grass, it no longer feels like a tomb. I've read about catacombs that underwent expansion efforts and ran into problems, often cave-ins.
And then were abandoned.
Revelio.
Exactly. We'll be fine, though. Now this is the sort of great room I want to be buried in.
Surrounded by grandeur.
Grandeur and then some. Even an altar with a pile of bones. Lovely.
Bones outside a sarcophagus. Seems odd.
Right.
We've made it this far, but clearly we have more to do.
Incendio.
Okay.
Wingardium Leviosa.
It needs to, like, float in the right spot. It's like form a bridge, just kind of annoying. There we go.
Rickety bone bridge complete. There's something here by the altar.
Oh no. Student's journal entry. I foolishly mentioned the relic in my report and was reminded to leave it where it lay. But research must come before my fealty to the rules. I'd sensed something about this relic. I was told that those chosen by English oak wands have powerful intuition. I believe it. Therefore, when no one was looking, I acted. I conjured 2 barricades to isolate the relic. Ancestors forgive me, but I used their very bones as the key. I plan to return it, but first I must ready myself for our next assignment. Learning the Imperious Curse. The spell is said to serve well against enemies.
What did you find?
Bombarda! Here. We're in a tomb. I assume eerie sounds come with the territory.
Yeah, fair enough. Bones.
Looks like part of a student's diary. It mentions plans to return for the relic and conjuring barricades using bones.
Of course. The student's summary referenced a space beyond the Great Room, which means this can't be a dead end. I have the report if you want to have a look. Let's divide and conquer. You work on sorting out the bone barricades. I'll look around and see what we missed. Hold on to that diary entry. There may be more to it.
It does mention something else. It says their next assignment was learning the Imperious Curse.
Really? Interesting. We need to focus on moving beyond this room. But let me think for a moment.
Think about what?
I'd be interested to know what else the student discovered.
Have a look. Unfortunately, there's no name on it. But I surmise if it was important enough for Slytherin to stash in his spellbook, it's worthy of further study.
Of course. I'll start to search for those barricades.
Brilliant.
I was gonna say, do I get like an actual like entry to read for asking that? Student report. The catacomb assignment yielded more than I'd imagined. Learning about our ancestors was illuminating. However, I stumbled upon something else I could not ignore. In an area behind the Great Room, which had suffered decay amid the turned-over sarcophagi, I discovered an oddly shaped relic. Immediately, I sensed its power. I would be thrilled to study the relic further, if only the removal of objects were allowed.
There's more to this than even I imagined. Look, bones stacked oddly on either side of this archway.
Leave no stone unturned. Or, in this case, no bone.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight. If this archway is, that's a lot of bone rattle.
Are we just gonna sit here while I do all the work?
Wingardium Leviosa.
You've done it! I knew we'd get through. I felt it in my bones.
Shut up!
Nice.
Before we trudge on further, I've just realized something. The student's diary mentions the Imperious Curse. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to need it here. It's an unforgivable, but useful when you're outnumbered. Places the victim completely under the caster's control. So, if you'd like to learn Imperio, I can teach you.
Why do you know all these unforgivable curses? I'm good.
I don't think learning the Imperious Curse is a good idea.
Really? But we've no idea what may lie ahead. But I shan't press you. I'll have your back no matter what we face in there. Here we go. Something troubling ahead. Be on your guard.
More spiders. Move on.
Incendio. Revelio. Incendio.
Another barricade. Considering how well you did on the last one, this should be a cinch.
Yeah.
How gracious of you.
It's probably the way it wants me to go.
I try.
So we can go fight some more spiders, I guess, this way.
This looks different than what we faced before. Now we're also reading the rune symbols.
Incendio.
Confringo!
Incendio. Levioso. Protego. Incendio. Stupefy.
Appears some of these stone tablets have rune symbols. That has to mean something. Confringo!
Protego. Stupefy.
Sendo!
Defendo.
Sendo! Confringo!
Protego.
Hey, find more.
Perhaps we need to pull the handles in order of the symbols on the tablets.
Levioso. Sendo. Defendo.
Never knew spiders could make such a mess.
Bit dramatic, isn't it? Accio.
Oh, leveled up. Nice.
Confringo.
This catacomb has suffered decay, just as the student's summary described.
I doubt
Perhaps we need to pull the handles and
Revelio.
the symbols on the tablets.
Incendio.
More spiders?
Revelio.
They're done.
Accio. Guardian Leviosa.
That and circle.
Accio.
That worked. Keep going.
And then Z and
Leviosa.
There we go.
You are head and shoulders above these bones. Nicely done.
Revelio.
I see why Slytherin's student was so entranced with this place.
Never end. Revelio. Incendio.
Dead end. Lovely. All that for nothing.
Hold on. Don't give up yet. Revelio.
Okay. The relic contains abundant potential. Its possibilities could benefit not only wizard kind, but the world. The dark sacrifice involved to realize its intent may be too great. To know more, please do not remove this relic. Sebastian. Dark sacrifice. Do we really want this thing? Look at that! That thing looks evil as fuck!
Sebastian, the relic! Look!
Could it be?
I think we should leave it.
The note and rendition of the relic. It matches. This must be where the student left the relic.
I can't believe it. After all this, it lines up. We've really found it.
What do you suppose is meant by the dark sacrifice required to realize the relic's potential?
I have no idea. But we're here for the relic.
I think we should leave it. The note said to leave it, and dark sacrifice sounds bad.
The note advises to leave the relic alone.
I assure you, we were meant to find this. For Anne's sake, I'm taking it. Let's get to Feldcroft. I must keep this relic secret, especially from my uncle.
Oh, it's here! How does he always know? How did he find us way the fuck out here?
Is that ominous?
Ominous, what kind of fucking magic do you have? Like, bruh.
Ominous. The sounds we kept hearing. It was you.
You gave me no choice. I had to follow you. Sebastian, please, leave the relic alone. We can find another way to help Anne.
I'm sorry, Ominous, but I'm taking it.
No, you're not. If you won't put it back, then I will.
Hold on, both of you. Sebastian, please, take a step back.
Fine, but Ominous knows. I won't step back from a fight.
Can't believe this.
What the fuck is that? I walked forward into him and then walked away.
How much did you hear?
Everything. I was glad to hear you tell Sebastian to leave the relic. We need to stand together. Convince Sebastian this is wrong.
And if nothing will change his mind?
Yeah.
Something has to. I need your help.
Yeah, something tells me he's not gonna listen to reason at this point.
You're right. This seems far riskier than Sebastian realizes.
Good. We're agreed. We don't allow him to leave here with the relic.
I do think we should talk to him, but I fear we won't stop him from taking the relic.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting we negotiate. We allow Sebastian to leave with the relic under one condition. After this, no more.
I feel that's what we agreed to in the scriptorium.
True.
I'm being taken for a fool.
You're not, Ominous. This may be the only way to keep your friendship intact. Let's trust him to know what's best.
Fine. If I trust him on this, I'm trusting you too. The dark arts seem harmless until it's too late. Go then. Leave with the relic. I'll not say a word more.
Man, Ominous gives up so easily.
I hope I don't regret this.
Sebastian, we're ready.
What is it? I haven't changed my mind.
Ominous has. Let's go.
What? Ominous?
I'll explain on the way. Come on.
Well, what happened back there?
Ominous and I found a compromise.
Ominous simply needs a moment with you and he'll change his mind. Is that it?
Apparently.
I told him we ought to give you this chance, that the relic is too important to ignore.
There has to be more to it than that. Tell me.
We agreed on what was needed, Sebastian. You have my word.
I never wanted to keep all this from Ominous. He just doesn't understand. And I didn't want to worry him all over again.
Yeah, well... kind of failed on that.
As we were leaving, Ominous wouldn't even acknowledge me. That's not like him.
He was troubled, Sebastian. Even though we agreed to it all, it's been a lot to take in.
I thought he understood. He knew we couldn't give up. All of this is too important. For Anne.
Right, Can I, like, fly? I can't. I have to run there with you. Right. Oh, that doesn't look good.
When we get to Feldcroft, I'd rather Anne not know what had to be done to get this relic. She thinks like Ominous. It'd only upset her.
Then why are you doing this? You're using a relic that talks about dark sacrifices. Against both your friends, and like apparently your sister's like,
Levioso.
you know, will.
Sendo.
They do it.
Infringo. Glacius. Incendio.
You are terribly outmatched.
Levioso. Sendo.
I shall avenge your death.
Fringo.
I'll get away with that.
Levioso. Sendo. Levioso. Incendio. Glacius.
Yeah, I'm just worried because he knows how dangerous the dark arts, like, the dark arts are. He has like first-hand experience with like his family and like the Crucio curse shit. So he like knows you shouldn't be fucking with this. It's like that relic, sketchy as hell.
Oh no, this isn't good.
What is it?
Smoke, over there, by the hamlet.
Also, if they're saying dark sacrifice, it's probably human sacrifice to make that thing work.
Feldcroft's in trouble. They're under attack.
And there's no way, like,
let's hurry.
Ominous nor Anne would be okay
You can't
with it being used. Like, it's like, oh great, you healed your sister's curse with the relic. She's never gonna want to talk to you again. Because of what it is. What it's probably needed to use it. What the fuck did they hit me with? This man has died.
Not quite. Kills. What are you doing?
Sentinel.
You call that spellcasting? I work best.
Come on, Nathan.
I'm handling it.
Where to go? I have to fight.
See, I didn't do this like special attack. Because as soon as I like stop targeting them.
If you could best the likes of me.
Incendio. Be careful. Mine.
You've got them. They'll retreat.
We'll
make it. I'm handling it.
This doesn't hurt. What's the necessity?
Boy! What have you done?
Saved my sister.
With an unforgivable curse. From that damned book, no doubt. Your father would be ashamed. You've gone too far, Sebastian. Stay away from her. From all of us.
Yeah.
What did my uncle expect me to do? The Imperious curse saved Anne's life. That goblin was going to kill her.
You could have used, like, literally any other spell, though. Like... fucking Expelliarmus, for example. How many weapons have I hit out of Goblin's hands in this game with that? Electro's the worst option.
There was little time to react, but it was an unforgivable curse.
I acted in the moment. That's all. I shall make my uncle see reason. He cannot banish me from my own home, from my sister.
It might be best to let him calm down a while. May I speak to him? Perhaps I can help to ease the tension a bit.
You may be right. Very well. Probably best if I get away from here for a while. I'll head back to Hogwarts.
Sebastian.
Reparo.
What was he thinking?
Pardon me, Mr. Sallow?
What Sebastian did was inexcusable. You cannot possibly be about to defend him.
Well, I'm not.
Sebastian acted rashly, but he acted out of instinct to save Anne.
Out of instinct? With an unforgivable curse? This family does not resort to using dark magic even against our enemies. What Sebastian did cannot be undone. That you are defending Sebastian's behavior at all tells me everything I need to know. You are as guilty as he is.
I don't even know any
Sebastian
of the curses,
is to come
though.
nowhere near Feldcroft, nowhere near Anne. Unforgivable curses are so named for a reason. If I hear that either of you continues down this path, if either of you uses dark magic, I will notify the headmaster immediately.
I haven't used a single dark magic spell.
Why, Sebastian?
I turned down learning them. Bruh. How dare you?
It's like a place right out of a storybook.
Also, please don't get me expelled from school. Professor Weasley was like so proud of my progress. I don't want to get expelled. Great. Great. Now back to Hogwarts. Talk to Sebastian, I guess. Tell him talking to his family didn't go well.
Did you speak with my uncle?
Yeah, about that. Didn't go so good.
I wish I had better news about your uncle and Anne.
Well, what did he say?
I'm afraid he wants you nowhere near Feldcroft, nor Anne.
I had to stop that goblin from killing my sister. He had no right to banish me from my own twin. If he thinks banishing me means I'm going to give up on Anne, he's sorely mistaken.
He also said he cannot excuse the use of dark magic in any form, and that if he hears of either of us using it, he'll go straight to Professor Black.
Huh? That relic, dark magic or not, is the key to saving Anne. To reverse that curse. I will not lose Anne for good. I should send the crest to Anne. She'll know that we need to meet.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
Nothing, just a thought. Now I'm more determined than ever to learn what power that relic has.
I shall wait to hear from you then.
Thank you. I very much appreciate you standing by me through all of this.
So I'm gonna... Okay.
I'll send you an hour when I
Just
have
to
news.
talk about the thing that just happened. I kind of wish the dialogue options in this game branched a bit more. Because, I reached this point with my second character, my Slytherin, who I did learn the unforgivable courses, and I was like, of course he's mad at both of us for using them. But I thought, you know, this character, where I haven't learned them, maybe the dialogue would be different with talking to his uncle, but apparently not, and I wish it was, because it's like, I haven't used any unforgivable curses, why are you mad at me? It's like, be mad at Sebastian, fine, whatever. Why are you still trying to get me kicked out of school? Also the fact that, like, whenever you, like, choose the no, I don't agree with these character options, you still end up sounding like you're agreeing with them. Like, I was like, yeah, Sebastian went too far, but also he had to. Like, that's not disagreeing with his actions. I don't know, it's like there are no, like, hard no's when it comes to, like, being against what someone's doing in this game. Okay, so we got 2 main quests. In Hogwarts and the world map. So Hogsmeade has a side quest. Right, yeah, talking to Poppy about the dragon. Right.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
But breaking into Alfred Lawley's home wasn't the brightest idea. Folk still talk about you taking down that troll in the village circle. You certainly made an impression.
Over here.
This is a change of pace from our last outing.
Don't remind me. The thought of that tent still makes my blood boil. I've been thinking about those poor dragons in the fighting ring. The collars they were wearing, they appeared to be goblin silver. I think a collar is precisely what we found at that poacher camp. I've never known poachers to use anything like that before.
The dragon that attacked my carriage was wearing a collar.
Yeah, right.
And Professor Fig was genuinely baffled by its behavior.
That attack always did strike me as a little strange, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Surely you aren't suggesting that the collars somehow control the poor creatures?
Exactly.
Merlin, I don't think the dragon we set free was wearing a collar, but we should check. And if we can find her, we can return her egg.
Oh, okay.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, what could go
wrong? We need to see
wrong?
this through.
I'll start looking into it right away. There was something else that I wanted to discuss with you. I didn't want to press it before. It seems I may have caused you more trouble with Victor Rookwood. Why is he after you?
I mean, okay, we tell, like, literally every student we, like, have any long-term involvement in, like, Nettie and, Sebastian, all our secrets, so I might as well tell Poppy.
Rookwood is working with Ranrock, and Ranrock is after something I found at Gringotts. Fig had a port key that led us there after the dragon attack. It's a bit of a long story, and Fig had asked that I not speak of it yet.
Goodness. Well, that certainly helps to shed light on what we saw at the tent. Don't worry, I'll guard your secret as if it were my own. I shan't press for more details. In fact, I should probably be going. I'd like to track that dragon down as soon as I can.
Right, yeah.
I'll let you know when I have news of her location.
Yeah, you do that. Some dragon donkey hybrids that sound like Eddie Murphy. Jeez. So, okay, what to do first? Meet up with Logok or Sebastian? Let's do this one first. Logok, yeah. Take a little break from dealing with Sebastian, basically, and his antics.
Revelio.
Best one ever!
Hello there.
Hello, Amit. Do I recall you saying that you speak gobbledygook?
I did. I mean, I do. Speak it. Is this to do with the goblin I saw you with in Hogsmeade?
Why do you not sound that
His name is
confident in knowing
Lodgok.
how to speak
We could
it?
use your help with something. He's waiting for me near a goblin mine. Would you be willing to help?
Of course. How exciting. I mean, well, might this be dangerous?
I think he simply wants to show me something that involves gobbledygook. If it helps, he's a friend of Sirona's.
Good to hear. Good to hear. If Sirona trusts him, then I feel much better.
Alright. How well do you speak gobbledygook?
You said you know gobbledygook, but how well?
I've been reading it for as long as I've been reading English. My parents have an extensive library. Once I grew bored with the classics, I devoured goblin writings. I'd tell you some titles, but you wouldn't understand them.
Okay, but reading and speaking a language are two different things.
Lodgok is waiting. Shall we go?
Of course. I just want to check the pronunciation of a couple of key terms first. So I will meet you there.
Okay then. Any of these little treasure? These ones are. I'm gonna go to this fast travel spot and grab some of the treasure vault things on the way.
Can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Confringo! This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful.
Okay, got that one. Grab this one too.
Revelio.
This one's that needs a cube to open the door.
Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa.
Come on. On the thing.
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa.
stingy. Good point to pick these puzzles, right? There we go, jeez. It's like so finicky about like where the bones have to be floating for the bridge to form. And then one more on the way. Physics team was a skeleton. Yeah.
I should investigate.
Revelio.
I have some promising news about the location of our Hebridean dragon friend and where to return her you-know-what. Meet me in the town circle in Hogsmeade.
Right, yeah. I can wait. Doing a quest right now.
A friend who speaks gobbledygook is meeting us. Before he arrives, perhaps you could tell me why we're here.
Of course. Unfortunately, presenting Ranrock with the Helmet of Urtkot did not have the effect I'd hoped. Because he knew the details surrounding its plunder, he presumed I'd had help from a witch or wizard in retrieving it.
How else did he expect Goblinkind to get the helmet back? Seems he has no interest in making amends with you.
I'm afraid we do not have the luxury of rational expectation when it comes to Ranrock.
Right,
Damn
yeah.
Bragbor and his blasted journals.
Bragbor?
An ancestor of Ranrock's, renowned metal worker. If we are to work together, I suppose I must tell you more. Not long ago, Ranrock sent me to collect a recently unearthed set of Bragbor's journals. They described repositories that Bragbor had been commissioned to build for a group of witches and wizards.
What do you mean, repositories?
Large, magically fortified receptacles crafted from goblin metal. Ranrock recruited others to help me locate the repositories. We were to search anywhere that was connected to 5 names mentioned in the journals. Rackham, Fitzgerald, Bakar, Morganach, and Rookwood.
Rookwood Castle.
That is where we began our search.
Why does Ranrock care so much about these repositories?
He cares about what they contain.
The magic?
For centuries, wizards have refused to share their magical knowledge with goblins. Your kind will not even let us carry wands. Thus, many goblins, myself included, have spent our lives mistrusting wizard kind. Ranrock was convinced that the repositories contained a magical power that wizards wanted to keep for themselves. He is determined to take it for goblin kind. But
Here comes my friend Amit. Probably best to continue our conversation later.
Greetings, Lord Cock. It is an honor, sir.
You speak gobbledygook.
Oh, Bagalio.
Enough. Please do not tell me that was meant to be gobbledygook.
Well, yes. Perhaps my pronunciation was a bit off. I imagine certain dialects differ?
Pronunciation is not the issue. I barely recognize that as language. I trust you can read gobbledygook better than you can speak it?
I can, Sir Lodgok.
Just Lodgok. Thankfully, we only need someone who can decipher written plans, since I cannot join you in the mine.
What written plans? And why can't you come with us?
We need some idea of what Ranrock knows or is plotting. I suspect a careless loyalist may have left plans behind. And I'm unable to join you because I cannot risk anyone reporting my presence to Ranrock. All you need to do is not be seen, either by the eye above the enchanted door or a loitering loyalist.
Eye above the door. So like the eye chest we found, but a door. Got it.
Amit and I can do this.
I will await your return. I shall see you soon.
Ready to go on an adventure,
Revelio.
Amit?
Clever.
The door is looking at us.
The mind's eye. Oh my god.
Books so rarely prepare one for reality. A real goblin mine. It's even grander than I had expected. I cannot believe I met a goblin.
Let's just learn what we can and get out.
Look at this lift.
Incendio!
Impressive workmanship for so simple a device.
Impressive workmanship aside, it's the only way forward.
How does our listener test how's our banking system? Yeah, good question.
I still can't believe we're inside a real goblin mine.
Revelio.
I've read about mines like this, but seeing one is something else altogether.
Come on. Amit, are you getting on the platform? No? Okay, well, I guess we're
Keep your wits about you, Amit. I'll get you through this mine.
It's just still over there.
Oi! Pass that fire whiskey over. Matter of
Oh,
time.
there he is. Jeez.
Ranrock said things right.
Ranrock is sure to appreciate the extra work we're doing. Where are those plans gone? I had schematics in my hand a moment ago.
Watch your step round here.
Ranrock is sure to appreciate the...
We're being watched by a door. Lucas Totalis.
That was a little more than I'm used to.
I'll get us through here safely, Amit. You have my word.
Alright, yeah.
Accio. Incendio.
Okay, cool. I'm was up there?
Revelio.
Oh, now it's up here.
Revelio.
Okay, nothing else.
I feel like a character from one of the adventure books I read during the summer holidays.
Let's take a look around, Amit. See if we can find any plans.
I mean, you could be like a little less excited.
To be plans around a schematic. They're building something. I can't quite make it out.
Revelio.
I will get to the bottom of what they've been building down here.
Someone there?
I won't.
Fascinating to see gobbledygook written in a goblin hand. The flourishes are extraordinary. Let me know if you see any more plans or schematics. We can't return to Lodgok empty-headed.
What?
Revelio.
So this is where they mine goblins.
If I'm translating this correctly, and I think that I am, they're building something rather large. But what? There must be more notes around here. What could they be building?
So far, you've given me nothing to really go on
Bring
that's
me
like
a dozen
beneficial.
humans to battle. I'll take them all. Run the other way when they see me, humans do. Every time.
You're building a thing. It's like things on mute. Thanks. Yeah, he said empty-headed, because I guess we're not taking the notes with us, so we just have to rely on what Amit's reading, and that he keeps that knowledge, I guess.
What's that? Who's there?
Still a weird way to phrase it.
Who's out there?
You to turn around.
Patrolling this area's a waste
This
of
one.
time.
And then you. I just like climb up behind you. No, jeez.
Ranrock's vision of goblins ruling over wizards will be fulfilled.
handled much worse.
Another boiler. This place is more complex than I had.
Aki.
Okay, so we open that. That's where it wants me to go. There's also this door over here, which I guess is already open. Also, no.
Another schematic. What are they going to build? This mine is too small for whatever it is.
None of this information has been helpful.
Revelio.
Potioneer tools shelf.
Revelio.
Nice.
Devil's snare.
Lumos.
Nasty stuff if we're not careful.
Not an entanglement we need right now.
Right.
Lumos.
Lumos!
Lumos. Revelio.
Really just
Lumos.
for plants and some moonstone?
Lumos!
Any who oppose Ranrock will be eliminated.
Yes, of course.
Right, Alright, can't like jump on blocks. Oh, there we go. Can I climb over this? Nice.
Focus to tell us.
You ought to cut back on pudding. I took you for a troll the other day.
Calling him fat? Okay, let's do in the middle talking. I think they're a little too close to be able to take out one without the other. Maybe I can get them to separate?
Show yourself, if you're there.
No witch or wizard will be spared.
Focus to tell us. last of them, Amit.
Right, yeah. Okay. Now to look for loot.
Revelio.
Right, okay. Where's the thing I have to light?
Revelio.
Oh, it's in the other room. Okay. Through the door first.
Incendio. Accio. Revelio.
This is not good. They're building enormous drills, bigger than this mine could contain.
Let's get out of here and tell Lodgok what we found.
I mean, we already knew about the drills, though, technically. We saw a drill in the area when we saw that one magic reservoir that was, like, cracked open.
I need a moment to catch my breath. This was more than I bargained for.
I'm glad you came with me, Amit. Now that we know what they're up to, we can get out of here. Revelio.
Okay, which way does it want me to go? There's stairs that way. It's over here. That triple missing car, yeah, I guess so.
We're almost out of here, Amit. Look, the lift.
A welcome sight indeed.
I was trying to jump over, it was working. Okay, so that leads to the lift. There's a locked door here. Again, go through. Taxidermy wall hangings. Okay.
Can we please talk about what just happened?
That wasn't so bad, was it?
It was. It really was. I'm afraid I've had enough adventure for one day. For a lifetime, perhaps.
Thank you, Amit. I couldn't have done it without you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with Lodgok.
Understood? I'll leave you to it. Your goblin secrets are safe with me, but I get to write the book about this escapade someday.
Yeah, sure.
Without further ado,
you do that.
Adieu.
They're building enormous drills. We found their plans. Ranrock must be searching for the repositories.
I fear you are correct. Other than Rookwood Castle, however, I do not know where else he plans to search.
I've been wondering about something else you said before we entered the mine.
Yes?
If you share Ranrock's views, then why are you helping me?
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted when I arrived to begin my search. So was surprised to find a witch there who had set up a sort of improvised research site. She was studying something so intently that she almost didn't notice me. When she looked up, I thought she would react with fear or disdain. But instead she did something that I will never forget. Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled and asked me to sit with her.
Aww.
She told me that she was a researcher and showed me a small, oddly shaped container with a strange symbol on it. She was certain it was made of goblin metal, but was unable to open it. She wanted to work together.
Miriam.
Yes. But how did you...
Professor Fig's wife. He told me of her research, and I know of the container.
Right, yeah.
Ah. The reverence with which she talked of goblins and their intelligence and skill, it caught me entirely off guard. I'd never been treated with such respect by a witch or wizard. So, to my surprise, I let her study the container if she would allow me to search the castle on my own. We parted ways, with her promising to share what she'd learned. More of Ranrock's recruits arrived, and we began to dig, eventually locating the first repository. Ranrock was thrilled with our discovery, but furious when I told him about Miriam. Berated me for trusting a witch, and I heard she'd been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I mean,
I don't want to believe it.
Really likely at this point.
But I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lord Gog, for telling me this.
I tell you all of this so that you understand what is at stake. Ranrock never found all of Bragbor's journals, but the ones he did find suggest that Bragbor at some point built a repository far greater in size than the one beneath Rookwood Castle.
Oh, that's not good.
What you've discovered here today worries me deeply. If Ranrock learns of the location of that repository, I fear we shall be destined for a great war. I will find out what Ranrock knows. Watch for my owl.
Alright, okay. Mira sounded like a really nice lady. It's kind of unfortunate she was most likely murdered for research. Look at the quest for the dragon egg stuff. It's called poached egg. Why?
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Come now, don't be stingy.
I didn't keep you waiting, did I?
Not at all. I was just at the post office. Gran told me to expect a package, but it looks as if she forgot to send it. She didn't send me an owl this week either. Perhaps she's busy with her research.
What kind of research is she doing?
It varies from week to week, but it's always to do with creatures. Last week she was studying leg knots in plimpies.
I have no idea what that is.
What did you find out about the dragon you were tracking?
I realized that she didn't know the poachers had her egg, so when she left Horntail Hall, she would have headed straight to her nest. I went back to the tent and tracked her flight.
Well done. You certainly know what you were doing.
I can't be certain, but I have an idea of one place she may have been heading. I thought we might go and see it for ourselves.
Of course. Shall we leave now?
If that's all right. I want to see how she's faring if she had a collar on. And she's likely frantic about her egg.
I mean, we'll get a
Here
pretty
we
good
are.
look at the dragon when we let it go, and I didn't
The
see a collar.
terrain's typical of where the breed would nest. I suspect it's how the poachers found her to begin with. They likely camped here and logged her patterns. Perhaps nabbed her first and then her egg. Dragons are hard enough to wrangle, let alone maternal ones.
You got all of that from simply standing here.
You'd be surprised how easy it is to think like a poacher. Shall we see if she's home? We only need to return her egg.
That sounds straightforward enough.
We should be in and out. Then we can be finished with the poachers once and for all.
Well then, let's find our dragon and return her egg.
Wonderful. If she sees us flying about, she might take it as a sign of aggression or food. We should stay on foot.
Okay.
Oh, and one more thing. Let's not agitate her. Goodness knows she's been through enough already. I'm ready when you are.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna do
That's a
this.
brilliant idea.
Yeah, just in case. It's like, yeah, return dragon egg. Simple enough.
There she is, above us. She did make it home
Won't attempt to kill us or something.
Oh, good. It looks as if she wasn't collared like the other dragons. Poor thing must be worried sick, wondering what happened to her egg.
For what it's worth, she doesn't seem to have spotted us yet.
Let's hope it stays that way. At least until we've done what we came to do.
Wolves. So, go around them, I guess.
Revelio. There she is again.
She's breathtaking.
From a distance.
Yeah, definitely from a distance.
Reparo.
Fantastic. I wonder how good her eyesight is.
I beg your
pardon? I don't imagine the poachers fed her well. And from a distance, we probably look exactly like sheep to her. Hebrideans love sheep.
How lucky for us.
Bobby, why? Why would you say that?
Watch your step.
Pity. She must have been starved to pick off a grabhorn.
Or just raring for a fight.
Quiet. What was that? Revelio.
Somebody doesn't look happy.
Wait here. I'll run ahead. Follow when it's safe. Revelio.
Keep at it. We've just got to make it to the nest.
She isn't making it easy.
Not a warm welcome.
It's a little too warm if you ask me.
I still have time for jokes.
I don't suppose you'd listen to reason.
I'd normally try, but we're well past that. Get to that opening below.
If we can get to that entrance, we can get to the nest.
Look! Underneath her! I think we're close! She's leaving! Quickly!
Brilliant.
There's the nest. We're almost there. Why is every bridge here broken?
Reparo.
I don't know, maybe because of the dragon. Come on, puppy.
Now, if we just return her egg, we can hopefully make it out without too much fuss.
Hold on.
That was brilliant! And did you see how clever? She left us perfectly unharmed.
She tried to kill us on the way up here, though. I mean, at the end, yeah, but like...
Creatures are a lot cleverer than most people realize.
That's what Gran always says. The important thing is that we survived it, and we returned her egg. Thank you for doing this with me. Wouldn't blame you one bit if you wanted to head back to the castle and never think about dragons again.
Shall we head back? I'm ready if you are.
I am. After our dragon rescue at Hauntel Hall, I half expect to be ambushed by poachers any time I'm not in the castle.
Understandable. We did sabotage their fighting ring and steal a dragon egg from them.
True. True. So why haven't they come after us? It's not like them to let things lie. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless they haven't let things lie. Oh no, I can't believe I didn't see it. We need to leave. I need to send an owl.
Okay.
How could I have been so blind?
Well, like she said, it's not hard to really think like a poacher does.
New instruments are expensive, you know. Why hello again? Come and listen. I've acquired what muggles call a loft. Marvelous, isn't it? Thank you. Enjoy the show.
Right, well, okay then. I guess, yeah, we got that done. I'm missing a single chest, and like, I wish I knew what house it was in. Because I feel like I've checked everywhere here pretty thoroughly.
Never can decide where to go through this.
If things keep...
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Revelio. Revelio.
Can I go on this one? What about this one? No?
Revelio.
The Ministry's good work if you can get it.
I tried doing homework on the
Revelio. Revelio.
opportunity, it's wise to seize it with both hands. Plenty in service, isn't there?
Yeah, it wasn't... Okay, nothing on the end.
And she's quite useful when you have a question.
Revelio. Revelio.
Nothing in Ollivanders.
You're back! Nice to see you again.
Romley Gaunt was the sort who'd flay her own mother. Honeydews potion was...
Revelio.
I question anyone teaching defensive.
Revelio.
Nothing in here. Check the hog's head before.
Revelio.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Revelio.
Like, none of these seem to have anything in them. I haven't already grabbed, you know?
Revelio.
This doesn't seem to... Yeah, that's not anything.
Revelio. Revelio.
Like, I've been up here a bunch of times, so I don't think this is it either.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Revelio.
Hmm. Don't know.
Revelio.
I'm missing a single chest. It's like, come on, Game Boy.
Revelio.
We're checking these houses way out here. Oh,
Revelio.
Wigged out a little bit.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Revelio.
I hate that it like
Revelio.
reveals chests that you've already opened at times. So I still can't fly, so this area counts as Hogsmeade technically.
Revelio.
Now I can. So it kind of like ends like over here. Let me up. There we go.
Revelio.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Oh, I can't go in here? Damn it. Seems like a perfect spot to like put a chest. Yeah, reveal to me the place already looted, right.
Revelio.
This game, I swear. It's like it reveals places you already looted, the flu fire stops you've already activated. I don't care about any of those. And there's,
Revelio.
So, like, this boarded up door can be...
Bombarda. Flipendo. Also. Glacius. Accio.
My spells work on it.
Expelliarmus. Incendio. Accio. Glacius. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Descendo. Levioso. Defendo. Confringo. Depulso. Flipendo. Bombarda. Lumos. Reparo.
Maybe it's locked.
Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
God, that bugs me. I don't know, I guess maybe it's related to a quest or something? I don't know. Nothing I do works on that door. Oh, strangers. I already got some.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
The only other way I can think about getting into this house is through the cellar. It's like, because the door's blocked, like, the one house I haven't been in. So, it wouldn't surprise me if the one chest I'm missing is in that house. So, I guess I'll just leave it. It's like, I'm missing one chest and, like, one field guide page. Talk to Poppy and find out why she left so abruptly. Okay. She's not. Oh, she's like outside at the Hogwarts map. Okay. Jesus, Socibaka.
Revelio.
Oh, good, you're safe.
There you are. You were in such a state when you left.
The poachers got to my gran. Someone recognized me in Horntail Hall and they got to her.
What do you mean? Is she all right?
She's fine, thank goodness. But they were at her house, our house. They assumed I'd sent the egg there. She said they took the whole place apart looking for it, screaming that we'd cost them everything.
Oh. Ooh.
I'm sorry, Poppy. I'm glad she's all right. I don't think either one of us could have anticipated that.
I should have known. I underestimated the poachers. And now another creature's in danger.
What do you mean?
The poachers refused to leave empty-handed, so they took valuable journals that Gran had discovered when she was researching rare creatures. One of them contained theories about a secret hiding place of the Snidget, long thought to be extinct.
Oh, so maybe not extinct then?
I take it you aren't going to let the poachers anywhere near the Snidgets.
Gran wants me to stay out of it, but I know she's devastated that poachers might go after the Snidgets, if they still exist. We had the element of surprise on our side when we saved that dragon, but the poachers will be watching for us now.
We need allies. Others who hate the poachers enough to help us, who value creatures as much
Merlin's beard! You're a genius! The centaurs! They'd want the Snidgets protected at all costs.
They didn't seem that fond of seeing us, though. But sure, we can give it a shot.
Sounds as if we need to go and talk to the centaurs.
We'll need to be careful in how we approach them. Tensions with them are high. Still, I think they may be our only hope. Let me think on it.
My first thought was like Natty,
I'll
because
let
she
you know
also
as
like
soon as I have a plan.
hates the poachers and like Harlow and stuff like that. I mean, we're assuming that the centaurs know, I guess, about like most, if not all, of the magical creatures that hang out in the area. Discover those, and then get new decorations. What else did I get? More mannequins. Paintings. Alright, all the taxidermy stuff.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Ugh. Okay, move these around a bit. Statue of measles.
He cannot believe how many beasts you have here.
Wish I could have put these like a bit farther back. Okay. Actually, hold on. Do I have any better gear to equip? No, for hands. And 283. Well, this set's kind of cute. Oh, no, that last one was 85. I assume my hair's covering up the snarling wolf head that's apparently on this cape. Oh, like cape suit and the robe. I want my explorer cloak that I was wearing. Ooh, very nice. I get talent points to spend. Let's see. Enemies check for the transformation spell, transform into explosive objects. Yeah. Literally become exploding barrels. Got it. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, now let's oh, we can definitely change the trait on this one, so I don't know Crucio. Significantly increased damage with Incendio or Barda. Probably Incendio. How would a treat applied? What would we get then? Probably damage with Ringo? Yeah. And then No. And these are legendary, so I can apply a 3. You know what? Damage increased by all plants. Because I throw out the chomping cabbages and stuff a lot. Because they're just so good. Okay, let's like upgrade some stuff then too while I'm here. Oh, finally my glasses. How much with Bombarda, maybe? Or increase ancient magic fill. Carnivorous coleslaw, yeah. So you're fully upgraded, you're upgraded. You're upgraded. I need Phoenix Feather to upgrade that again. What about you guys? I get experience for upgrading my gear. I just looked over and saw that. Wow. Oh, I can't hold any more cabbages, apparently. Okay, we should be good. Still have the quest for... Nope. Alright, she said she'd contact me later. I guess... we go do whatever Sebastian wants then.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
Accio! Incendio!
Covenant's Day was Blood Sacrifice Day.
I thought my owl might pique your interest.
What do you want?
Not sure what I did to deserve that.
I came as soon as I could.
I'd been so preoccupied by all that happened with Ominis in the catacomb, not to mention my uncle's reaction, that I'd almost forgotten what it was that struck me about that triptych. This is the view painted on the canvas that was left on it.
That's incredible. You know this area well.
And while I was waiting for you, I scouted around and discovered an abandoned mine nearby, surrounded by Ranrock's loyalists.
Do you think there's a connection to the triptych?
I've no idea, but perhaps they're searching it, the way they did Rookwood Castle and Isidora's Manor. How do we want to handle this?
Sneak, I guess.
We need to see what they're doing, but let's not draw their attention.
Very well.
And I still have that rune symbol we found on the triptych. If there is a connection, I suspect we'll see that symbol again.
After you.
Alright, well, I'm gonna reset this.
Silent as a grave.
There they are, up ahead.
I'll let you lead.
We'll reclaim what is right.
No one enters this mine. Kill anyone who tries.
Ranrock's loyalists are out for blood.
Patricus Totalis.
Who is it?
Could do with a nice mushroom stew about now.
Hold on, turn around. Thank you. Walked through like all of the crates to do that.
Why am I always on patrol? It's a waste of my skills.
There we go.
Somebody there? Hello?
Patricus Totalis.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
Oh, yeah, this area has a check mark, so I already got the chest that's here.
This is going well.
We make a good team.
We do at that.
Once again, we could fight our way through, or be discreet.
You know which one I'd choose.
Right, Sebastian, yeah.
Perhaps we can find an alternate route up ahead.
Sneaking around has its appeal.
Quiet as a grapple, you are.
For better things than this so-called patrol.
Okay, get you.
What was that? I feel as though I'm not alone. What's that? Who's there?
Protectus Totalis.
And the fun is over.
Fun is a relative term.
It is. And that was relatively fun.
For better or for worse, we're in.
I'll be
I have a brother who works at Gringotts. Couldn't pay me enough to sit behind a desk all day.
Wonder, can I just like push them off?
One less human to worry about.
This mine looks like a tomb.
It was closed after accidents were reported. Now I see why.
Revelio.
I don't see any goblins in these webs.
Too disgusting for even a spider to prey on.
Sebastian, you can chill a little bit with their like your hatred and anger.
Hello?
You know, just a little bit.
Who's that? You will regret coming here.
Revelio.
Too many. They definitely think there's something here they want.
Incendio. Revelio.
That ledge is awfully high. Any idea?
Wingardium Leviosa.
It's no wonder spiders give people goosebumps.
Could be the
Revelio.
or the venomous fangs, or any number of endearing qualities, really.
Yeah. Okay, we get it. Yeah, the spider's bad. Got it.
Revelio.
Smashing.
Should have thought to conjure stairs.
Reparo. Wingardium Leviosa.
No, wrong button.
Revelio.
Yeah, it's like, dial back the sass, man. Come on. I'm here helping you out. Give me a break. I mean, fires. Just fine.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight. We're making quick work of them.
Professor Hecat would be proud.
She would at that.
That we're killing a bunch
Ranrock's
of
loyalists all
spiders?
but declared war.
Lumos.
Lumos!
Incendio.
Kind of inspiring Turk Wizard as a arachnophobia, right? My gear slots are full. No. I should have went to town before coming here. Man. And it's doing that thing where it's like, oh, you opened it though, so you're not gonna be able to open it again for whatever reason. It's fun. I'm gonna save real quick and then load. Because I obviously didn't get the item that was in there.
Lumos.
Lumos.
Incendio.
Or okay, that, well, I guess I did. Jeez. Thanks, game.
Lumos.
Lumos.
She's gonna hate Azkaban, yeah? I mean, if he keeps going the way he is going, it's gonna end up, yeah, either being in jail or becoming our enemy.
We've still not seen a single rune symbol.
It's okay.
I think we're going to be a bit distracted from runes for a moment.
In his place, though.
An unwelcome distraction.
We have another fight on our hands.
Why am I not surprised?
You haven't had mushroom stew like what my mother used to make? Oh, like heads of lettuce, those mushrooms were.
What does that even mean?
I've seen anything like that before. Who's there? Someone there? I'm funny. Someone's here.
Incendio.
No!
We're not finished yet.
It's almost as if they were waiting.
Incendio.
Certainly clears the room.
You're not a bad chap for a Slytherin.
Ah, there's that Hufflepuff loyalty you're so well known for.
Incendio!
Oh yes, the ridiculous notion that certain magic was banned for a reason. Like, curses are literally used to torture people to death.
Rune symbol above the cavern door.
Ranrock's loyalists never knew to look for it.
Incendio!
Wasn't expecting that.
Revelio!
Oh, more of Isadora's journal, huh?
Sebastian, I think I found something. A canvas piece.
Brilliant. Our efforts weren't in vain after all.
Yeah,
Still, something about this place feels odd.
Yeah, that can wait until I read the journal entry. Check on Sebastian, he's fine! The world floated back to me as if in a watery haze. How long had I been unconscious? I only remember his eyes, empty. Empty of sorrow, yes, but also... I recall feeling a sense of euphoria as I watched the pain vanish. But then everything started to turn. When I fell, it must have hit my head. Neither feel nor see a mark, but the pain is throbbing. I can only hope it is not the Black Death. At least he's no longer in pain. His eyes are empty. Something tells me when you're, like, taking away these people's pain, you're taking more than that. His eyes were empty. Like, his emotions? What makes them human? I don't know.
What do you have there?
A journal entry by Isadora.
Hopefully it will help us unravel more of this mystery.
Revelio.
Is it all in that one entry? I guess so.
If the triptych led us here to find this bit of canvas, we can probably assume that Isadora Morganach was here.
She seems to have been everywhere.
But if she was using the Undercroft and the cellar beneath her manor in Feldcroft, why would she create this space?
And why hide it behind cryptic rune symbols? And ancient magic that no one but you could see?
Isadora and Percival Rackham, another of the Keepers, could see traces of ancient magic too.
Rackham? I haven't heard his name before.
His are some of the memories I've seen. I don't think he and Isadora saw eye to eye on how this magic should be used.
This is all rather baffling. Let's take the canvas back to the triptych. Perhaps the answers are there. This place is odd, to be sure, but I'm fascinated by it. Now, for the trek back out of here and to Hogwarts.
Unless we can find another passageway to the Undercroft. Let's have a look around.
Thought the Black Death was his disease? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was talking about it, because she talked about working with, like, other healers and stuff to deal with the plague. I assume was just because, like, you're a witch or wizard, you're not immune to, like, diseases, you know? So maybe she's worried she caught it or something.
And now for the moment of truth.
It has to fit. Please tell me you recognize the location in this bit of canvas.
The good news is I do, in fact.
And the bad news?
We're in for more trouble.
Hi, where is it?
I know that coast. Ranrock has taken over a huge mine in the surrounding area. Marenweem has suffered for it. It's as bad as Feldcroft's become. Should we head there now?
We should wait.
Why?
All this time, we've been a step behind Ranrock. I may know someone who could help us get ahead.
Who is that?
They asked me not to say. So I feel like you'd be, like, mean about it if I told you. It was a goblin.
Someone who knows Ranrock personally. They asked me not to mention their name to anyone.
A goblin? Tell me I'm wrong. You know Goblins cursed my sister to shut her up. Said she should be seen and not heard.
I do, but not all goblins.
Not all goblins what? Have you forgotten Feldcroft? Have you forgotten the
Sebastian,
mine
you're
we
being
just
a little
went
bit
through?
racist
No,
right
Sebastian,
now.
I haven't. You're not listening to me.
Why would I listen to someone so ignorant?
Oh, we about to throw hands. Me ignorant? I'm about to fight this child.
You don't know what you're saying. Take a breath for a moment.
Oh, I know precisely what I'm saying. Unbelievable.
Quick, let's go to Finn and bring back Wizard Fight Club. Me and Sebastian have to duel.
Revelio. I hope Professor Fitz...
I believe my next broom upgrade to be even more impressive than the last. Come by Spint Witches as soon as you can.
Yeah, the way Sebastian's acting is exactly why Renrock, you know, does what he does. Feels justified. You know, like, attempting to start a war, basically. Alright. Okay, we'll go speak to them after I go get my room upgrade, I guess. Then also probably have a little race. Also, new side quest. All's well that ends Bell. Up in the strong remaining seems upset about. Oh! I wonder if this quest. Okay, it's gonna be like the closest one to this. Maybe Fig's classroom? I wonder if this quest has to do with those bells I put back into place in the one tower. Because it's like you set them in there and they like play a little tune or whatever, but then nothing happens. It's like the similar thing that like the werewolf tapestries or whatever that you can change. It's like you do that but nothing happens.
If he thinks he's getting away with this, he has another thing coming.
Pardon me. Is everything all right?
No, it's not. We only had 2 bells to go, but she just had to go and spoil things.
I'm afraid I don't follow. Who spoiled things? Also, what bells?
Professor Black ordered Mr. Moon to take down the bells in the bell tower. Said they were giving him a headache.
Oh my god.
Those bells are a part of Hogwarts. I wasn't about to let that happen. So, I asked my friend Adelaide to help me put them back. We've always been a duo of sorts, Adelaide and Evangeline. Addie and Evie. Anyway, it was going swimmingly until Black started asking questions. Then she wasn't comfortable with our rule breaking. Now I'm stuck, unable to tell which bell goes where.
Perhaps I could help put the bells back up.
Really? Oh, that would be wonderful. The bells are in the bell tower just above the music room. You're certainly of more help than Adelaide.
Yep, it
I
was
imagine the bells are just inside the bell tower.
Already did it. God, still another food drum. Yeah, same. Cause I'm getting hungry. It's like I even had like a decent breakfast. Still getting hungry.
The bells are back up, Evangeline.
Ah, you're a credit to the school. I can't wait to hear them. I can't wait for the headmaster to hear them. I wish I could see his face. Future generations may not truly appreciate what you've done, but I do. And I hope that you do as well.
She's acting like they wanted the bells
Don't know
destroyed.
how much this means for me and for Hogwarts.
I mean, if they were just gonna like take down the bells, someone later on could have just put them back up. Maybe another Hogwarts headmaster who isn't, you know, obnoxious and trying to ruin everyone's fun.
Hello, are you here for Summoner's Court?
That I am. Don't expect to be as lucky here as you were in Crossed Wands. Speaking of which, care to play a match?
Girl?
Of course, Charlotte.
Then may the best summoner win.
You lost me in Cross Wands, and I've not lost a match of this game yet. What makes you think you're gonna win?
Accio! Precisely as planned. Accio! Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio! Precisely as planned. Nice technique. Accio! Precisely as planned. Accio!
Oh shit.
Such grace. Finesse. Didn't I say I adore competition?
I'm gonna beat you up. We're going back to Cross Wands.
Hard luck. Care for another round?
Absolutely. Don't count me out yet.
That's the spirit. Accio! Precisely as planned. Accio! Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio! Precisely as planned. Nice technique. Accio! Precisely as planned. Accio!
No!
Such grace. Finesse.
God damn it. Quick turn that chicken, right?
Hard luck. Care for another round?
Absolutely. Don't count me out yet.
That's the spirit. Accio! Precisely as planned. Accio! Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio! Precisely as planned. Nice technique. Accio! Precisely as planned. Accio! Nice technique. Well, you are good.
Nice. There we go. Jeez.
I'm not too proud to admit when I've lost. Where did you learn to play like that?
I practice as much as I can.
Practice, eh? I suppose I could try that. Well, you've only one opponent left now. I won't say more than that, but let's just say he's the best for a reason.
Alright. Alright. Third time was the charm, I guess. Custom Hogsmeade, huh? Oh right, like my broom upgrade. Yeah. And then probably a little race to test it out.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
What's more powerful than the...
It's all my gear down too.
Hello again. Wonderful to see you. As before, I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you. What are we looking for today?
An honest day's work for an honest city. That's my thing. Her biology professor at Hogwarts is charmed the scales of a dragon. I don't think it's down. I think I have a winning smile.
My children and my husband, for that matter, know not to question too much. I'm not supposed to sing up
If anyone ever knew how to keep muggles out, it's the kingest of woodcraft.
You'll be thrilled with that broom, I promise you. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, you're all set with the new upgrade. I can't wait to hear what you think. This may sound presumptuous, but...
You'd like me to report back with even more flight details?
You know me well. I feel I'm almost there. I just think I can improve broom flight a bit more. Miss Reyes is running a time trial at the South Coast course. Not ideal, really, what with rumours of Ranrock's lot and Ashwinders infiltrating the place. However, if you're flying high above them, you should be all right. I think.
I think. Okay.
I'm not worried, Mr. Weeks. I'll see if I can find Imelda.
I hope you are able to complete these trials. I have a feeling this final upgrade is going to be a sweeping success. Do be careful, of course. I shall look forward to hearing from you soon.
So many puns.
I look forward to our next meeting.
Oh. Excuse me? That is in an area I cannot reach yet. Right, well, that quest is gonna have to wait. Jeez. How the fuck did she get all the way up there? Jesus.
Welcome back.
Hello, Professor. I have news. The goblins are looking for something. Another repository. They've built drills to help with their search.
Most troubling.
Are these repositories like the broken container I found at Rookwood Castle?
They are. I fear we have no time to lose. Have a look at the map. Fortunately, the next trial is fairly nearby.
It's Hogwarts.
As you know, I was headmistress in my time. My portrait hangs in the headmaster's office. In fact, I witnessed Professor Black learn of your arrival. And I'll confess that I wondered about you.
Wait, is the next trial in the headmaster's office?
It is. I had hoped that when the time came, the occupant of that office would be of help to us. Unfortunately, this headmaster seems wildly unconcerned with anything but himself.
Yeah.
You'll need to access the office while he's away.
I understand. Very well. We'll find some way to get in.
Good. I shall meet you in my portrait there. Until then.
Breaking into the headmaster's office, huh? Yeah, I'm down for that.
How will I gain access to the headmaster's office? Perhaps Professor Fig will know what to do.
Right. Is it gonna give me a quest for that? Game? There we go. Professor Fig. Oh, getting lagged. Dang it. It's probably loading something.
We should speak with Mr. Bickle's friends. I believe I can sneak away without drawing my mother's eye. Meet me near Hogsmeade, and we will devise a plan.
I think I know how and where to approach the centaurs about protecting the Snidgets. Meet me in the Forbidden Forest.
Well, okay, sorry, Professor Fig. You gotta wait. Yeah, it's side quest to do. Oh, she's like just outside of Hogsmeade. Okay.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Am I losing my mind? I can't imagine how much.
Are you ready to put an end to Harlow?
I'm ready to do what's needed to take Harlow down. I know you have a plan.
We must gather information from the friends of Mr. Bickle that Archie and Mrs. Bickle mentioned. Agabus Filbert, Otto Dibble, and Mr. and Mrs. Rabe.
All right. right.
I suggest that you speak with each of them while I head to the Hogshead. I saw some Ashwinders heading there. And as my mother would never go near the Hogshead, she is less likely to learn of my activities than if I were to wander the village questioning its residents.
Fair enough.
Very well. I'll speak with them. See what I can learn.
I knew I could rely on you. We need to know how they are being blackmailed by Rookwood and Harlow. Meet me here after you have spoken with them. Hopefully, by the time you return, I will be able to move a bit more freely.
Mrs. Rabe should be nearby.
Oh, Isco, what have I done?
Mrs. Rabe, I wondered if I might speak with you about Theophilus Harlow. I'm a friend of the Bickles and I'm trying to gather evidence against him.
Poor Joanna and little Archie. And now Harlow has taken my darling Isco.
What do you mean? Why?
I'm a security guard at Gringotts, and my husband is a curse breaker for them. Harlow approached me about helping him extort my colleagues into giving him treasures from the vaults.
And you declined?
Of course I declined. Repeatedly. I thought they'd given up, until I came home one night and found my husband gone, and a note affixed to my door with a knife.
Oh, damn.
The note stated that I only had a few days to reconsider helping with some banking needs, and that my husband would appreciate it if I acted quickly. But the help Harlow wants is help that I cannot give, and my dearest Isco is paying the price.
Thank you, Mrs. Rabe. Knowing the lengths that Harlow will go to is helpful, albeit more than disturbing.
Mr. Bickle was trying to help us, but now he's gone. I don't know what to do.
I shall do all I can to get evidence against Harlow, Mrs. Rabe.
Very well. Here's the note I received. You must be careful as well. Please don't put yourself in danger.
Yeah, too late for that. Strayed. We do help you when we reconsider helping us with our banking needs. Yeah, I don't think it
Some
really
evidence worth hanging on to.
need to read the note, considering she told us what it says.
Now to find Mr. Otto Dibble works at Gladrags. I should check.
Please tell me you didn't take it, but perhaps it's been here all along.
Mr. Dibble, may I speak with you? It's about Theophilus Harlow.
I've nothing to say about him. May I interest you in a stunning cravat today?
Please, sir, I would like to help. I spoke to Mrs. Bickle.
You know the Bickles? All right. But we must be discreet. Can't have Mr. Hill hearing this.
I know Mr. Hill. He was kind to me the day of the troll attack.
Oh, he's a good man. But even he wouldn't understand about Harlow. It started a few weeks ago. I was distracted, reading a note, when you-know-who came into the shop. I hid the note behind the counter and offered to help him. He stared at me for a moment, then asked me to check on an order he'd placed. I went into the storeroom to check on what turned out to be a non-existent order. When I returned, he was holding the note.
What was in the note?
It was a note from Rosie Hill, Mr. Hill's daughter. You see, we've been, well, secretly engaged these past 6 months. We haven't told Mr. Hill yet. I dare say he has higher hopes for her. Harlow advised me in no uncertain terms that my relationship with Rosie, not to mention my employment here, depended upon my cooperation.
What did he ask you to do?
It all happened so quickly. In an instant, he took a very expensive scarf from the counter, pocketed it, and smiled. He said, "Your secret is safe as long as I can supply my lady friend with delightful items like this every so often." I've been able to cover for his requests until now with some creative bookkeeping, but I can't keep it up for much longer. I'm terrified to say anything. I could never live without Rosie.
Thank you for telling me. I'm gathering evidence to take Harlow down.
I would love nothing more than to see him rotting in Azkaban, but be careful. He's an awful man and incredibly dangerous. As for Rosie's letter, should you happen upon it, I have committed it to memory. You may destroy it immediately.
Understood.
Now hurry off before Mr. Hill returns.
We're on the right track. Now to find the last of Mr. Bickle's friends.
So we got kidnapping, we got blackmail. What else?
Agabus Filbert must be around here somewhere.
Hello there.
Excuse me, Mr. Filbert. I wondered if I might speak with you about your dealings with Theophilus Harlow. I hope to ease Mrs. Bickle's mind by gathering evidence against him.
Oh, tragic what happened to Bickle. He wanted me to speak out against Harlow for an act of violence committed against me. But I feared Harlow's retaliation, and so I refused.
She said something.
If you had spoken out against him as Mr. Bickle asked, perhaps Harlow would be locked away by now.
Perhaps. But perhaps I would have suffered a similar fate.
You said that Harlow committed an act of violence against you. Could you tell me what happened?
Before my extraordinary wife, Dulcibella, passed away, she had just completed a small book of poetry. As a surprise for her birthday, one she never had the chance to celebrate, I had the book beautifully bound and plated in gold. One day, Harlow came calling to punish me for having spoken out against the Neanderthals that comprise Rookwood's lot. Before I knew it, I'd been petrified, and Harlow was rifling through my home. He found the book of poetry, with its exquisite gold plating. I watched helplessly, lying there in my entranceway as he walked away with the book, laughing as he went. I was shaken to my core. Still am, to be honest.
I imagine you fear Harlow retaliating again. But do you mind if I share this information with Officer Singer?
I suppose I have no choice. This extortion can't go on forever. You can pass it on to anyone who may be willing to help. Harlow does not like people talking, as you already know.
I've spoken with Mr. Bickle's friends. Now to find Natty.
Kidnapping, bribery, assault, thievery. Man, this dude's gonna end up in Azkaban for a long ass time.
If something threatens me, first the teeth.
It's not like Natty to be late. She said she was going to the Hog's Head. Perhaps I'll find her there.
Anyone bothers to arresting him? Yeah, true. Police haven't really done much yet, have they? Haven't really done anything.
Natty must be around here somewhere. Natty's wand. She can cast without it. She wanted me to find this. She's in trouble. Revelio will show me where she was taken. Revelio.
Nosy little students get what's coming to them.
Natty must have been taken this way.
Sorry, they have a hideout here in town? No one's seen this or done anything about it?
Footprints led to this room. There must be another way forward. Here. A hidden door. Revelio. Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly. Revelio. I'd better be sure I'm not seen.
It's not gonna work. Using that girl as bait, Hagrid's coming for her. We ought to just kill her. Only a Hogwarts student arrogant enough to come in here alone.
It's like they know, but they don't know.
They're in some trouble. They need to be reminded that we are running things.
I've seen this coming. I told you all, too many minds at work and not one leader, not one. This is going to be the downfall of us all, this is. Mark my words.
You know what this is work for? The jumping cabbages. Oops, wrong button.
Wingardium Leviosa. Expulsion.
God, the cabbages are OP. I only like fought like 2 people. They took care of the rest. You're as dear to me as an augury. His voice foretells the coming rain. You are as loved by me as a crub could be. His loyalty is true and plain. You cast a spell over my heart. One and not undone. You have charmed me from the very start. You have always been the one. Dulcibella. Oh, some of her poetry.
Book of poems that was taken from Agabus Filbert. He'll be thrilled to have this back.
Revelio.
Oh, jeez, I was not expecting the pink paper. My darling Otto, I've read your last letter over and over, and am certain to read it again each hour until we are able to meet. I dread the notion that I will not see you soon, but I am not without hope. I long for the day that our engagement can be shared with those whom we love, especially my dear father. I do not wonder at your wanting to wait until you are more settled, my love. And I know that you are doing all you can to ensure that such a situation is within your grasp. Please allow me to say that these past months of being unable to share publicly the feelings which exalt me to the utmost pinnacle of happiness have been an existential challenge indeed. Now I'm off to read your letter once more. Yours affectionately, Rosie.
Otto Dibble's love letter from Rosie. He wanted me to destroy this if I found it.
Oh, there's still, people? There are still people. Oh, I can wait.
Revelio.
And, loot to collect.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
We should speak to her again. Perhaps she'll tell us where we can find that friend of hers.
She's determined.
Better not be anyone there. I'm in no mood for killing.
Jeez. Cabbage just like one-shot that guy.
Revelio.
What was that sound?
Professor, tell us.
Yeah, not in the mood for your killing, but what about cabbage?
Revelio.
We're taking out everyone.
Revelio.
It's a little chest over this way. Collection updated, huge table.
Revelio. Natty must be here somewhere.
You found us. I knew you would realize I had left my wand for you. Speak over here. Ready to help.
Aloha Mora. Revelio.
Stinging, but
Mr. Rabe? Daisy told me you'd been abducted.
You spoke with my wife. How is she?
Worried about you. Are you all right?
I am all right. Thank you for coming. These locks are cursed, and there's an anti-apparition jinx on the cells. Even Natty's skill with wandless magic cannot free us. I need you to find my wand.
Mr. Rabe, I found your wand.
Well done. I knew it was nearby. Now, you best stand back. One never knows how a curse will react to being broken.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Isco.
My pleasure. And thank you, my friend. We owe our lives to your bravery. I may be too weak to disapparate with you both, but I can try.
You go ahead. Find Officer Singer. We will get out of here on our own.
Very well. But be careful. Thank you, my young friends.
Be prepared for a fight. These Ashwinders must pay.
Yeah, she knows. Yeah, they were considering killing her. And then her mom was right. She is doing some, like, dangerous shit.
Revelio.
Wait, can I just... Is this loop all the way around, or, no, it doesn't look like it.
Let's find Officer Singer and put an end to Harlow once and for all.
Natsai Onai. I should have known. And you, the troll dispatcher. Oh, thank goodness the two of you are safe.
Hey, why haven't you arrested anyone yet?
Isco Rabe told me a couple of students had rescued him. Should have known it was you two.
Is Mr. Rabe all right?
He is. I sent him home to his wife. Miss Onai, your mother will not be pleased to learn that you're still risking your safety pursuing these dangerous men.
Actually, Officer Singer, Natty and I learned of several Hogsmeade residents who've had their lives threatened by the Ashwinders. In addition to abducting Mr. Rabe to blackmail his wife and Natty, Rookwood and Harlow have also extorted Agabus Filbert and Otto Dibble.
I will look into all of that. As for the two of you, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you are taking great risk. Next time, please let the authorities handle the Ashwinders.
But you've done nothing!
With all due respect, officer, the authorities haven't done much about any of this.
There's more to taking down an organization like the Ashwinders than simply storming in and hauling them off based on a few accusations. I must
Kidnapping is not
insist
an
that you lead them to
accusation,
us.
it's an actual
We shall have
crime.
no further discussion on this. Natsai, you may wish to speak with your mother about this before I do.
My mother will not like this. Thank you again for rescuing me. We shall speak soon.
They've also kidnapped 2 people that we know of up to this point. That child and, like, Isuko.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Find myself scurrying.
I can do this. I can do this. They will want to help.
Is this where we're meeting the centaurs?
Well, they don't exactly know we're coming, so it's less of a meeting and more of a surprise, I suppose.
I don't think surprising the centaurs is a good idea.
I'm not sure about this. I can't imagine they're fond of being surprised.
We don't have a choice if we want to help the Snidgets. Perhaps they'll be able to tell that we're sincere. There's something about them that's so knowing. It's almost unnerving.
I suppose they are known for having an air of omniscience.
That's exactly the right word. I just... never mind.
What is it?
It's nothing, truly. We've no secrets to hide.
That's right. We'll simply be honest with them about what we're trying to do. They'll have to help us, won't they?
Yes, of course. You're absolutely right. We'll meet with them, tell them about the Snidgets, and I'm sure to all be fine.
That's not gonna be fun, is it?
What do you think you're doing here, humans?
Please! We were hoping to speak with you.
Ah! I suppose you'd like a tale for your friends of the time you spoke to a centaur, and it spoke back.
No, never! We're here because we need your help.
Enough! You made a grave error in judgment in coming here, little witch.
Leave them be, Alec. We do not harm the young. It is not our way.
You forget your place, old fool. I'm the leader of this herd, and while you cling to our way, their kind continue to slaughter beasts like us without a care!
From what I can see, they have slaughtered no one. They will leave here unharmed.
Mark my words, Doran. If I ever see them again, it will be all 3 of your heads.
Foolish children. Do you know what happens to wizards who wander here? Now, Follow me before
Golden
I...
Snidgets are still alive, and the poachers are after them. They know that the key to finding them lies in the moonlight, but they don't know what that means, yet. Please, help us find the Snidgets before the poachers do.
Could it be? In the south, there is a cave within which lies what the poachers seek. A moonstone. Retrieve it and place it in the henge in the forest. I, on the other hand, must go speak with the herd. Find me after you have done this.
What does any of that mean?
I don't understand. So the moonlight mentioned in the journal doesn't refer to actual moonlight, but to a moonstone. What do moonstones have to do with Snidgets? And why was he so certain about where we could find one?
Yeah, isn't it?
Isn't moonstone all around us? Why retrieve one from a cave?
Knowing centaurs, I suspect he's referring to a specific moonstone. We'll likely know it when we see it.
Yeah, he was annoyingly cryptic.
He could have been a bit clearer, or stayed a moment and answered our questions.
Centaurs can be cryptic. Gran says no one talks more in circles than a centaur. It is a shame how quickly he left. What was his name? Doran.
That's what the leader of the herd called him.
Well, if Doran knows something we don't, I'd rather act now and ask questions later. I can head to the library and start looking into the cave he mentioned. I'll let you know what I find.
Right, okay. Well, I guess we're back to waiting. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Another quest. What is this? Oh, that's right, the flying one that I can't do yet. Well, yeah. I guess we gotta wait for her to get more info. While she's doing that, we'll be trying to break into the headmaster's office, I guess. Yeah, we should probably leave the Forbidden Forest after all that. Instead of standing around. Professor Fig, I need your help breaking in somewhere. God, I'm standing on this side, jeez.
Professor Fig, the Keepers have shown me where the next trial is.
Has something changed?
Lodgok and I have learned that the goblins are searching for another repository, like the one we saw at Rookwood Castle. And I discovered that they're building massive drills to help in their search. Professor Fitzgerald seemed very concerned.
I see. Ranrock clearly knows even more than we suspected.
And sir, there's something else. Lodgok knew Miriam.
He knew Miriam?
They encountered each other at Rookwood Castle. She was doing research. That's where she found the container with the port key. He liked her so much that he let her leave with it, despite orders from Ranrock.
I don't know what to say. She could win over almost anyone. I want to hear more of this. And, in fact, I'd like to speak with Lodgok directly. But we've no time now. Where is the next trial?
Believe it or not, it's in the headmaster's office.
Incredible. Very well. You'll need the password to get past the stone gargoyle. The headmaster's house elf will know it.
I don't know the headmaster's house elf. Will he even speak to me? I imagine he's loyal to the headmaster.
He is. So you'll need a disguise. I have just the thing. A polyjuice potion. You'll look and sound like Professor Black.
Wait, what?
Wait. Doesn't polyjuice potion require a bit of the person you want to change into? And take ages to brew?
It does.
So how do you already have polyjuice potion to change into Professor Black?
One never knows when such a thing may come in handy.
You just have it.
Let's just say I felt the need to be prepared for anything after my fruitless trip to the Ministry on his behalf. Now, time is of the essence. Drink up and I shall explain more. How do you feel?
Incredible. I won't forget that taste anytime soon. How do I sound?
Convincing. I've taken the liberty of transfiguring your robes. As we discussed, you'll need the password from Scrope, who could be anywhere in the castle. You might look for Professor Kagawa. She's taken to badgering the poor elf about Quidditch in the hopes that he can convince Black to change his mind. Thus far, unsuccessfully.
I see. But what if Professor Black sees me?
Leave him to me. I shall tell him where to meet a liaison from the Ministry in Hogsmeade. That should give you plenty of time.
Thank you, Professor. I suppose we'll meet again in the map chamber.
It's rather strange to hear gratitude coming from Professor Black. I'll see you there.
Now to find the headmaster's house elf.
Alright, how to pass off as Professor Black successfully. Be a jackass. Alright, you got that down? Be condescending. Hate Quidditch. Probably
Professor,
remove points
a moment
from...
of your time, please.
Oh, no!
Professor, I was hoping to catch you.
Places to be, Professor Sharp. Places to be.
Of course, sir. Only... you'd asked me about a particular potion, and well,
I did? I did, yes.
No!
Well, spit it out, Sharp. I don't have all day.
Probably best not to discuss it here, sir.
Fuck. What are my options? Oh, really? No, it's probably this one. I will decide what's best, sir.
I assure you, Sharp, you may speak freely.
Very well. I've brewed the cure for boils you wanted. I can drop it by your office when it's convenient.
Of course, yes. No need for all the cloak and dagger. Simply have a student deliver it.
A student. Very well, sir, if you insist.
God.
I do. And thank you, Sharp. I just hope you've brewed enough for all my boils.
Now, to determine which student gets this rather unenviable task.
We're really just gonna help ourselves for, like, ruining this dude's life a little bit, huh?
Greetings! I mean, out of my way, children. Chewing with your mouth open? Where are your manners?
I'm just loving doing this, aren't I?
What could the headmaster want?
When I witness what passes for magic in these halls, I simply...
Professor Black, how are you, sir?
Ominous. I don't have time to chat to you.
If you must speak with me, consult my secretaries or what have you.
Professor, a word? Professor Black, again, it is not too late to reconsider your decision regarding Quidditch.
No, Quidditch cancelled.
We could still have trials and a somewhat shortened season. It would be better than none at all.
But the injury, Madam Kagawa.
Professor, more than one student has taken a bludger to the head on our pitch. I dare say it knocked some sense into them.
Damn.
And they're fine now. The fact that it happened to be a pureblood, well, that's no reason to...
What nonsense! That you would trivialize the health of a student over a silly game.
A silly game? You are quite impossible sometimes. Sir, I've a good mind to write to the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry about you.
Do it. Fucking do it.
Good idea. I can even provide the parchment should you need it. Now, where is my elf?
Parchment? Very well, I will, and with pleasure. And I spotted Scrope in the Great Hall. Seems to be avoiding me.
I wonder why. Good day, Madam Kagawa.
What did we do to deserve him as a headmaster?
I wonder almost daily why I accepted this appointment from the Ministry.
I sent a love letter to an older raven.
No, it's the headmaster, and he's coming this way.
I wonder if I could really like stop and yell at like every student, but I'm not gonna.
You call that a shine on those boots? Do better!
Professor, I need to speak to you.
Oh, nope. No!
Hello, Professor Black.
Ah, Professor Weasley. How delightful to see you.
Sir?
Sir?
Since I have you here, I wonder if I might, speak with you about Professor Fig.
Oh, very well.
I've decided to give him a bit more, leeway with his time.
Leeway, Professor? Are you sure that's wise? I confess I do worry for his students. He's rarely here as it is.
He's insufferable as possible, right? And I don't miss him. Accurate. This is probably accurate.
I realize that, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I see. But, sir, if I may, I am wary of how much time the new fifth year seems to be spending away from the castle, supposedly on Professor Fig's behalf. I've heard unsettling rumors of their escapades. Everything from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to confronting Ranrock's loyalists and Rookwood's lot.
What? Goodness. You cannot believe everything you hear, Professor. No, you cannot. I mean, I shall keep an eye on Fig. You simply keep doing the wonderful job that you're doing. Simply wonderful.
That's right, distract her with compliments.
But I'm happy to look into...
Good. That'll be all, Weasley. I mean, Professor Weasley. Good day.
A wonderful job. Leeway for Professor Fig. I shall never...
That ought to give Professor Fig some breathing room.
Scrope's as hard a worker as any house elf.
Yo.
Ahem. Attention, students. I hereby decree that the Great Hall be forthwith decorated in the dignified banners of Hufflepuff. I shall be taking no questions at this time. Or ever.
Awesome. Alright.
Scrope!
Oh, greetings, Master.
Remind me of the password to my office.
Oh, but Master made Scrope swear never to tell anyone, even Master himself.
You question me?
How dare you question me? I've a mind to give you a matching set of ears.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Scrope begs forgiveness. It is the Black family motto, Master.
Right. Of course.
Master does remember it.
I don't know. Why would he do that? Yeah. Don't question his logic. Family raid. Is it blood? Is it about purebloods? I mean, any of these could literally be something that regards his family. Like, literally any of these. Purity of blood, or family reign, or some shit.
It's pure bloods forever, isn't it?
Close, Master. Scrope thinks Master is indeed testing Scrope. It is always pure.
Obviously.
And, of course, as Master knows, in French.
Ah! Yes, of course. I order you to pronounce it for me.
Oh, but Master knows that Scrope's French is most pitiful. Oh, very well. Toujours pur.
Ha! Thank you. Never speak of this conversation with me or anyone else.
Of course, sir. Scrope shall try his best to keep out of Master's way.
The polyjuice potion's wearing off. I best get out of sight.
Oh, yep, time to go. Kicks the throw everyone in the grand hall.
Made it
That
just in
probably
time.
does, right?
It's wearing off.
Fig was right. I can't believe it worked. Now, to speak the password to the gargoyle.
Look at the banners are still there. Okay. Headmaster's office. I assume trophy room's the closest one.
What are you up to now?
To undo the ridiculous orders since everyone hates the headmaster, right? Yeah.
The gargoyle. That's where I need to speak the password.
Revelio.
Oh, get it. Click info on the gargoyle. The staircase that leads to the headmaster's office is guarded by an enchanted gargoyle that will let only those who know the password enter. Though anyone choosing to visit the current occupant of the office is difficult to fathom. Right.
Toujours pure. I wonder if all the elite wizarding families have a motto.
Revelio.
I mean, probably. Sleeping portraits. Not all headmasters and headmistresses enjoy reliving the day-to-day challenges of running a school of witchcraft and wizardry. Some prefer to enjoy a well-earned nap when possible. They're literally all sleeping. The Sorting Hat. This enchanted hat was created by the four founders of Hogwarts as the means by which students would be placed into one of the four schoolhouses. Skilled at legilimency, the Sorting Hat can see into the wearer's head, allowing it to determine their thoughts and abilities. Looks so angry.
Alohomora. Revelio.
Is it not in this room? I wonder where it's above me. It's probably above me. Dear Phineas, the children have been asking about your return. Alvina in particular chooses to do so each day at breakfast and is engulfed in a sulk when I remind her that you are ensuring the quality of her future education. His house lives in an ear, yeah. He's obviously not a good person. Sirius and Phineas rarely send me an owl. Though when they do, they never mention you. I'm certain they're proud of you and all that you're doing for Hogwarts. Having one's father as headmaster is a tremendous honor. Help me. Cygnus is now crawling and follows Arcturus about like an unwelcome shadow. Arcturus is begging for an invisibility potion, and frankly, I can't blame him. I'd be tempted to brew one if it weren't for the eternal sibling that Cygnus would regale me with. Perhaps we shall see you during the next school holiday. Please don't feel any obligation. You can manage, Ursula. I just pieced it. Sirius Black, right? This dude's Sirius's dad.
Revelio.
Okay, yeah, it's like definitely above me, because I don't see anything when I do that. Whole trick's the strange uncle. Yeah. Ooh, another locked door.
Alohomora. Revelio. Alohomora.
Mr. Black, regarding your letter dated the 20th of September, I shall not consider the admissions process at Hogwarts. Regards, your Spavin, Minister of Magic, London.
Revelio.
Oh, wow. Very fancy. Let's get a key. I already know where that goes. Where the fuck is this note that it keeps dinging me about? Yeah, that is messed up.
It's good to see you.
All thanks to Professor Fig's quick thinking. Now what?
Approach the pedestal in the antechamber and read the book that appears.
I suspect there will be more to this than reading a book.
Your suspicions are correct. We shall speak when you are finished.
Has this been under the headmaster's nose all this time?
I mean, I guess.
Revelio.
Ding. Too far from the... No, but I want to explore the quest. No. Fine. I'll open the room later. Oh, another note. Hair tonic, mustache wax, dim and pomade, comb, pearl handled, Back scratcher, gold handled. Toxicide, paid in very small part. Raider to be built to mystery. This dude's so pompous. Like, Jesus.
Revelio.
No, but there's a note right here. Did I already read this one, or is it just not letting me pick it up? And the foil, yeah, that too. I guess ignore that.
That must be the pedestal.
Wait, what? Excuse me? You said read the book, and I get sucked into it.
Where am I? Professor Fitzgerald, can you hear me?
I am here. In this place, you may call me Neve. You shall be witness to a fable. Pay attention. Things are not always as they seem.
Oh.
You must move swiftly and cautiously. Use the tools you encounter to find me. The first you will need is a cloak. In this place, as in life, death takes many forms. Avoid each of them at all costs.
Excuse me? What? What? Why is your storybook dangerous? Go, go, go. Good thing I can sprint while sneaking.
I should have run when I could. I'd be free by now.
I'd best move while I can. Neve must be here somewhere. I need to time this just right.
Go, 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 go.
I see. A staircase straight ahead.
What is happening?
How could this happen? A ladder. Perhaps they won't be able to find me if I go up there. They're gone. For now. I need to get out of here. Where could Neve be? Too many. I must cross this road as fast as I can. That's where I need to go. But I need to find a way past them.
Yeah, it probably was like the literal plague they were dealing with.
Nothing this way but more danger. There must be another way to find you. I need to turn back. There's no getting past them that way. That doorway looks like the only safe way forward.
Hey, I can collect potions while in here? Is there combat? Jeez.
Now's my chance. That's the way forward.
Whoa, the music.
Can this be? I think I'm invisible.
I'm sorry, did I just get the invisibility cloak? Hold up.
They can't see me at all. I can get closer to them.
Ah, they're just really gonna give me the invisibility cloak in here, huh? Do I get to keep
This is
it if
the
I
way
leave?
forward. Finally free. Now, where are you, Neve?
You have outrun death thus far, but have yet to find me. Keep searching, but this time you will be unable to hide. Wield the wand you see before you. Do not squander its extraordinary power.
Is this the fucking Elder Wand? Why are you giving me use of like all the Deathly Hallows right now? I mean, 2 out of 3. The other one's
I've never
like
felt such
Sorcerer's
power.
Stone, right? Yeah, that other one was, yeah. The Sorcerer's Stone. Which can, like, what, resurrect people or something like that? It's like the Stone of Life. Something similar.
Revelio.
I'm sorry, that is a troll. Yeah, duck rolls? What is this? God, how many things?
Simple stone. This must be for me.
A simple stone, you say? Oh, child.
You are far from finished. pass through the mourners ahead. Nothing is what it seems.
She's gone. Neve's dead.
Oh, poor Neve. Gone so young.
Let us always honor her memory.
We won't be the same without her.
Wait, they?
You found me, but you cannot undo what has been done. The magic of the stone can only conjure a shadow of my former self.
Oh. So she died because
But there is no
of the
light without
plague?
shadow, as there is no shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should. Remember that as you witness my memory.
No, no chest from you. Like the other two, huh? That's fine. I like that her trial was different.
Isadora,
Very neat.
what you did for your father was remarkable.
Well, wasn't it? And Percival needn't worry about the strands of emotion or the traces that this magic leaves. I found a way to contain all of it.
You haven't stopped.
Goblin Silver.
You spoke to a goblin about this.
Don't worry, he has no idea what we're containing.
We don't know what effect any of this may have. The emotions, the dark traits.
You sound like Percival. And as it happens, I do know. It is a source of strength, of focus. Somehow it enhances my ability to wield magic.
I don't follow, Isadora.
I think we can harness it.
Power like this is not to be toyed with. In the wrong
You
hands,
saw what I did for my father. Oh, Neve, imagine the good we could do. Everyone is in some kind of pain.
What are you doing?
Breathe it in. Can you feel it?
I was right. She is slowly going evil.
This must stop. All of it.
Getting power hungry.
You've kept this power to yourselves for so long because you fear it. I choose to embrace it.
Revelio.
Yeah, how
Is
did
it
the
true?
book drop
Has
us
someone
here? after
completed the
that?
first 3 trials?
It is, and I have.
But you are so...
Young. I know. You must be Professor Bakar.
I am.
Pleased to meet you. The pensive memory I just witnessed. Was Isadora inhaling painful emotions?
She was.
Yeah, that's concerning.
I found it disturbing. But how did she gain power from it? How did she harness it?
It was disturbing. Although, I wonder that you are asking about her power. I hesitate to reveal the location of my pensive to someone who, perhaps, has yet to understand the responsibility of power.
I can assure you, Professor, I do. In fact, what you don't yet know is that a dangerous goblin called Ranrock has accessed the repository at Rookwood Castle. He has learned to harness the contents of it as a source of immense power. He plans to use that power against wizard kind. We have no time to waste.
I see. Nonetheless, the knowledge you shall gain after you witness my memories is too valuable to share without further consideration. I shall require time to confer with the other keepers.
Okay.
It seems we have no choice but to wait, frustrating as it is. I heard what you told Professor Bakar. Isadora was inhaling emotions to gain power?
She was, and she pulled emotions, as she did from her father, from Professor Fitzgerald, without permission.
Monstrous.
What's more, she said that she found a way to store the traces of magic she extracted in goblin silver.
The repositories?
Yeah, I already knew
Possibly. There's something I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. Ranrock has been digging at locations tied to the 5 names he found in the journals of a goblin metalworker named Bragbor.
5 names? The Keepers, and who else? Isadora Morganac?
Precisely. That's how he's been one step ahead of us. Gringotts, the Tower, Rookwood Castle.
If the Keepers won't tell you where the next trial is yet, I say we at least maintain a watch on Ranrock. Perhaps he'll lead us to more information.
Perhaps. I hope to hear from Lodgok soon. I haven't heard anything since I learned of the drills. Oh, and as you've probably guessed by now, your Polyjuice plan worked like a charm.
I knew it would. I may have done too good a job distracting Black. I had no idea he can't hold his fire whiskey.
The thing is, like, those repositories, or at least the one that we did see, are, like, massive. So how many people did she pull emotions from? Like, pain from?
I shouldn't have reacted so bitterly about your goblin friend. I apologize. I hope we can finish what we started with the triptych. Please meet me at the southern coast. We can search for the final canvas piece.
Oh, okay, I got a note from Weasley, but I didn't say anything. Hold on. That's not good. Professor Weasley. Oh, this one? Yeah, this one. Deke tells me he shared with you his experience with the Phoenix. Please check in with him when you get the chance. He's an idea for you that I thought worth exploring. Okay. Hopefully not intentionally causing pain just to harvest more. Yeah, I mean, that might be where her character went. Like, where her story's going. Because, like, the way that last memory watch sounded, it's like, yeah, she still wants to heal people for now, but she also says having all that power feels nice, so... It's definitely not something a Sith Lord would do, yeah. Why? There's a mask that we can get when you complete 42 dueling feats. But, what time is it? Almost 5:30. I think I will be leaving things here for today. So, yeah. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching the stream. I always appreciate it. And hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. It was crazy conclusion to that trial. I'm curious to see where all of this is going with the Isadora story. Yeah. Have a good rest of the night, everyone.